Hello, dreamers, and welcome to Haunted Sleep. This is the place where eerie tales and calming whispers meet, helping you drift into peaceful sleep with a touch of mystery. Before we begin tonight's story, I'd love to know, where in the world are you listening from? Leave a comment below and let me know. And if you're enjoying these nightly journeys, don't forget to like, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss a night of chilling calm. Now, close your eyes, get comfortable, and let's drift into the unknown together. Ricky stared at the email and felt the anger rise before his brain caught up. He'd been waiting all day for this message, hoping this time would be different. It wasn't. At the top of the black page, in big white letters, were the same two words that always found him: story deletion. He read the body even though he already knew it by heart. Your story has been deleted because it doesn't meet the wiki's quality standards. Do not attempt to re-upload. One day ban if you try. Make your appeal the right way or it's auto-denied. The words felt cold. They also felt personal, even though he knew they weren't. He slammed his mouse into the wall and cracked it. He brought both fists down on his custom keyboard hard enough to snap keys from their stems. Plastic popped and skittered across the room like little teeth. The screen still glowed. It felt like it was grinning. Ricky loved scary stories. He'd grown up on them, legends from his family, whispers from older cousins, warnings wrapped in jokes. He loved them so much that he wanted to make his own. He wanted to write the kind of horror that digs under your skin and sets up a small, quiet house in your head. The only problem was the part he didn't believe. He wasn't good. His characters felt empty even to people who tried to be kind. His grammar was a mess. His plots drifted then stopped. His word choices were clumsy, and his stories never arrived anywhere. He couldn't see it. To him, each new piece felt like the one that would finally break through and prove everyone wrong. This time it had to be them, not him. They weren't reading. They were biased. They were gatekeeping. He told himself these things until they felt true. He scrolled to the comments on his last attempt. Bad grammar and punctuation, one mod wrote. Misspelled words, said another. Poorly written and awkward sentences. Not creepy. He argued in his head as he read. I'm new here. Can't you just tell me what to fix? That's how my character talks. English isn't my first language, so be patient. Not creepy? There's a witch in it. How is that not scary? He was used to getting what he wanted. His parents had money and liked to make problems go away with it. If he asked for a thing, it usually appeared. That habit had shaped him more than he knew. He didn't have to stretch for anything. He didn't have to fail and try again and learn from the failing. When he got bored, he dropped something. When it got hard, he turned away. But there was one place where that didn't work. The place where strangers read your work and tell you what they see. He looked at the cracked keyboard, the broken mouse, the email he could quote in his sleep. Why won't they listen to me? He said to the empty room. They never give me a chance. Tonight, that line would get an answer. You can think of me as the voice that steps between a child and the noise in his head. Or call me something stranger, if that helps you listen. I am sent when a lesson has to land and can't be ignored. I am the hand that pulls one story out of a boy and puts another in its place. I serve my lady. Tonight is Ricky's night to learn where the real horror in his blood comes from, the kind that belongs to his people and not the plastic monsters he keeps trying to imitate. He will learn it the way some lessons come, late, sharp, and with no room left for excuses. While he throws the last of his broken keys into the trash and mutters, a small leather pouch waits under his pillow. He has not noticed it. He will not. But when he lies down and the back of his head finds that little rise, the pouch will do what it was made to do. It will call her. She will answer. She will drink. She will feed, not on blood, but on an old thirst that never goes away. To understand what will happen, you have to look back. Time changes the names for what hurts us, but the shape of it stays the same. A while ago, but also right now, if you measure by pain, the people of Mexico lived under men who wanted everything and gave nothing. Greed walked around in uniforms, in suits, in clerical collars, in gold watches that flashed in the sun. Poor families bent their backs and broke their hands and still had nothing to show for it. Crops were taken or burned. Sons were grabbed to feed gangs. Daughters disappeared, and the ground learned too many names it could never say out loud. Mothers lit candles over tables because there were no bodies to bury. Fathers stood in doorways and stared at roads that never produced the steps they were listening for. The road kept its silence. The hills kept their secrets. Near Catemaco there was one small village that did not break. The wrong kinds of men avoided it. They crossed themselves as they passed the marker stones and kept their eyes on the dust road ahead. It wasn't luck. It was a woman. People called her the corandra, the healer. Her hands knew herbs and prayers. Her words cut fever and pain like a clean knife. She didn't take more than a family could spare. She didn't turn anyone away. Those who harmed others gave her house a wide circle. They believed in many things and none of them were kind, but they believed in her enough to stay out of reach. Pride hates limits. Men who wore their power like a jacket they never took off began to talk. Why should a woman keep us out of any place we want to go? Why should people whisper her name with respect and ours with fear, when fear is better? The talk turned to plans. Plans turned to a night where the things that had only been said in dark rooms turned into hands, rope, and a broken door. The day before that night, a boy came down the path that ran beside the corandra's house. He rode a small, rusty bike and pulled a hand cart with a wooden box bolted to it. He stopped and sat in the dirt, tears in his eyes, and clutched his arm and his leg. From her window, the corandra could see two round welts puffing under the skin, one on his forearm, one on his calf. She knew the mark and the hurt that came with it. She took a jar from her shelf, the salve she made for sting and burn, and stepped out into the sun. "What's the matter, little one?" she asked. In Spanish, her voice was warm. "¿Qué pasa, mijo?" He didn't answer. He was dressed too well for a boy with a cart, clean shirt, belt with a real buckle, shoes that hadn't come from a market pile. A rich man's son, she thought. A church man's? A town official's. "Did something sting you?" she asked, kneeling. "Te pico algo? Was it an ant or a wasp? Fue una hormiga o una avispa?" He stared past her, jaw set the way boys set their jaws when they're trying not to cry. She opened the jar, dipped 2 fingers, and spread cool medicine over both welts with slow, sure strokes. The skin throbbed under her touch. The redness eased at the edges. When she finished, she nodded, stood, and waited for a thank you that didn't come. The boy hopped on his bike and pedaled away without a word. It stung more than it should have. She made a note to herself, a soft one, the way you make a list of things you mean to teach kindly later. He will learn manners. He will learn respect. Someone will teach him. Then there were herbs to grind, a neighbor's cough to answer, a chicken to send home with a woman whose son had been sick for a week. The thought of the rude boy slipped away. Night came. A wind picked up in the trees and then let go. The corandra slept. The first bang didn't wake her, the second did. Her door splintered inward. Men filled her room like darkness poured from a pail. They tied her wrists. They stuffed cloth into her mouth before she could form the first syllable of a prayer. One of them took her wand of sacred wood and snapped it, the sound sharp as a bone breaking. Another yanked her small medicine bag from her neck. The soft weight of it left her chest, and with it went the last of the tools she thought she might still reach for. She stood on her own feet because she had no other choice. They dragged her into the street and walked her to the church. People woke and followed, drawn by the noise the way insects fly to a light. On the steps, under the shape of a cross in a window, the men in robes waited. The ones who should have stood beside her stood against her. The priest's mouth moved, and a list of charges spilled out. Drought. Poor harvest. Bad luck. The word bruja hung in the air. Witch. He said it again to make sure it landed. There was no trial. There was a sentence, and there was a cheer that made the corandra's stomach turn. She scanned the faces in the crowd and saw, almost everywhere, someone she had helped. The woman whose fever broke because of a tea. The old man whose pain eased because of a poultice. A child she had carried through a night singing. Those faces were gone now. In their place were masks made of fear and hate. She closed her eyes. She prayed to the mother who had never failed her. Blessed Mother, protect me. Blessed Mother, hear me. I have done good. I have not turned away. Keep me. Silence answered. The crowd parted. A path opened like water pushed by a boat. The boy from that morning came down the middle on his small bike, dragging the cart with the box. He stopped, climbed off, unlatched the back, and pulled out a heavy burlap sack. He held it away from his body the way you hold something that moves under your fingers and burns. He brought it to the priest, who took it and lifted it high so people could see. The boy looked up at the corandra as if he wanted to say something and then smiled instead. Then he slipped into the crowd and disappeared. They marched her to the edge of town. Every few steps someone reached out to shove her, to spit a word she had never heard that person say before. At the grave, a short, standing coffin waited, made so a body could be lashed upright. They pushed her into it. She saw men's faces above her like a ring of moons around a black sky. The lid came down. Nails hammered. Wood bit wood. Before the last nail, the priest tossed the burlap sack in with her. It thumped against her legs. They lowered her into the hole. Dirt hit the lid like rain that had turned to stone. The sound of shovels faded, then stopped. The world pressed in from all sides. She was not afraid of the dark. She was afraid of the thing at her feet. She knew what a nest feels like through a bag, the weight, the soft rasp of paper on paper, the way tiny bodies inside make tiny vibrations you can hear if the room is very quiet and your ear is very close. She didn't need her hands to open it. The wasps opened it for her as they chewed through old paper to get to air. Thin legs found her skin. Hundreds of them. They ran across her ankles, up her shins, behind her knees, over her thighs. They found her fingers where the rope rubbed her wrists raw. They found her neck, her jaw, her lips. She held her breath and tried not to move. One got caught at the corner of her mouth. She shook her head a fraction and it fell away, then came back with friends. The first sting landed high on her cheek. A needle of fire slid into her skin. The body attached to it pulsed and pumped venom. It pulled out, angled, and drove the stinger in again. Wasps don't die when they sting, they keep going. Another found the soft skin just below her eye. Another found the tender edge of her throat. She tried to scream and choked as two crawled into her mouth and struck her tongue. Two more found her ears. The burning moved from points to lines to fields, and then it was everywhere at once. She did what she had always done. She called to the mother. Help me. Save me. Guide me. There was no voice in the dark besides the hiss of wings and the sound a person makes when they can't get enough air. It was not only pain that broke her. It was the feeling of being answered by nothing. She held that empty answer in her chest until there was no room for hope beside it. Something else moved into the space. Anger. Betrayal. Not a clean fire, but a black one that burned slower and longer. She could feel it turn inside her. She could feel it choose. She swallowed venom and hate and made a new prayer in the place where the old one had lived. Santa Muerte, holy death, I call to you. Take me. I deny the mother. I deny the father. I deny the son. I deny the spirit. I will be yours. I will do your will. The buzzing thickened, then fell away like a curtain pulled back. Something scraped down the outside of the coffin, slow and deliberate, like nails across a door. She tried to open her eyes and couldn't. The swelling had closed them. It didn't matter. She wouldn't have seen anything anyway. She heard a voice. It was a woman's voice, old and deep, the kind of sound that makes your bones remember they are dust and will be dust again. What stings you, my daughter? The voice asked softly in Spanish. KT Pica mi hija? The ground above her held still and listened. The ground above her held its breath. Then it remembered how to move. People were still gathered near the fresh mound when the earth gave a slow, deep shudder. A crack spread across the dirt like a dark smile. The grass around the grave yellowed and curled as if a fire were crawling through it from below, but there were no flames, only a smell like old vinegar and sap, and the whisper of 1,000 thin wings. Thorny shoots thrust up through the soil, black as burnt bone. They hooked into air and twisted, and the crowd stepped back as one, every instinct telling them to make room for whatever the world was trying to force up. A sound rose that no throat had made in that town before. It wasn't a scream. It was lower, older, the kind of sound that makes a child look for a place to hide and makes a grown man feel small. It rolled over the people and touched every ear, and some dropped to their knees without meaning to. Then a voice came from the crack itself, the words shaped by a mouth you couldn't see and anger you could feel in your teeth. I curse you. I curse your children. They will taste the venom that lives in me now. When I hear a child cry, I will come. I will come for your children. They will feel my sting. I will make a home from their skin and a handle from their bones. I will drink their tears. I will dance to the music of their screams. The last word broke in the air like a knot pulled tight. For a few heartbeats there was nothing but the hiss of wings. Then the wings rose, thick as smoke, black as a storm, and poured out of the torn ground in a spinning column that took the last of the light as it went. Men threw coats over their heads and ran. Women covered their children and felt stingers glance off fabric. The priest held his hands up and found his prayers had no words that would sit still in his mouth. By morning the mound looked like any other grave. The only sign anything had happened was the way the dirt didn't want to hold a footprint. People took that as a kindness and walked around it. 3 days later a bed was empty. The boy who had ridden a small bike with a wooden cart and a big smile was gone. His parents called his name until they couldn't stand to hear it echo back at them. Neighbors checked barns and wells. Dogs ran the edges of fields and came back with nothing but burrs in their fur. In the end there was no boy, only a little leather pouch tucked under his thin pillow. Inside it were 3 things that do not share space unless someone has asked them to: a curl of paper from a wasp nest, a pinch of ash, and a soft lock of hair the exact color of the boy's. Word moves like wind across a hot plain. It bends to keep to the ground and still finds a way to get to every ear. More children vanished as the months turned. Some were rude and sharp with their mothers. Some were only loud and hard to keep in bed. Some had done nothing worse than forget a thank you when a hand had reached out to them. Nobody could make a pattern that felt safe. Doors gained extra latches. Parents sat in chairs by windows until dawn with a candle burning and a prayer on their lips. The candle gave a small circle of light. The prayers felt like they were written on the inside of a jar that had been sealed and buried. Stories form around fear because people need something they can say out loud. The story that took hold first and hardest was simple. She still walked. She wore black. Her cloak was made of wasps. She could climb like a spider, float like smoke, and slip through a seam where glass met wood without leaving a line to show the path she took. She didn't knock. She tapped, not with knuckles, but with long nails that made a little metronome out of a windowpane. Talk. 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 And then, from the dark just beyond the glass, a voice as soft as old velvet and as heavy as a rock on your chest asked, "KT Pika, miho? What's the matter, my child? What stings you?" Some children were the kind who ran toward an open hand. Some were the kind who tested it first with their teeth. The first kind opened the window without thinking. The second didn't open it at all. It didn't make much difference. By morning, an empty bed looked the same either way. As the years went by, that neat little village with its straight streets and whitewashed walls grew thin. People left with what they could carry, and those who stayed grew used to candles that burned for someone whose name you did not say. A town like that breaks twice. Once when its people go. Once when nobody tells the story anymore. Except we do. Some of us were made to carry it. I serve the one who rose when the mother turned away. I serve the woman the men called witch to justify the thing they were going to do anyway. I call her my lady. Others call her La Bruja because they need a word that lets them point at something in the dark and feel they have named it. She does not care what you call her. She cares what you are. You want to know what I am? You should. It's fair to ask who is speaking to you when a voice you didn't invite into your head starts moving your furniture around. I am not an angel. I am not a demon. I am something made for balance. When rage like hers wakes and stays awake, it needs a rope on it, or it will lash every heart the same and make no distinctions. I steer. I watch. I choose. I bring her to doors where she should knock and keep her from doors where sorrow has already done the work she came to do. I am the call that a little leather pouch knows how to answer. I am the weight that tells a window when to tap. Tonight, that tap has an address. Ricky stays angry long after the email goes dim. It's not really about the story, not anymore. It's about the way he thinks the world ought to bend. It isn't bending. He feels the wrongness like a burr under his tongue. He paces. He rewrites 2 sentences and deletes them. He opens a new document and stares at the flash of a cursor that looks like it's counting. He fires off a message to Ahmad and deletes it before he sends it because even he can tell it sounds worse than he means. He looks around his room and sees all the parts of a person who should already be who he wants to be: the light-up keyboard, the microphone on a swing arm, the bookcase with a whole shelf of horror he thinks he's outgrown. None of it helps. He is alone in a room with a hum he can't place and a small, unseen thing under his pillow. When he finally lies down, the house is very quiet. Outside, the street is slick and shining. A rain passed through and left the world clean and sullen. The broken keyboard is in the trash with its keys like little white teeth turned the wrong way. The window over his bed is closed, but not latched. The leather pouch warms under the weight of his skull. Things call to her from very far away. Sometimes they call loud and are nothing, a dare between boys, a whisper made into a dare by liquor and pride. Sometimes they call soft and are everything, a mother's tears drying on a pillowcase, a small prayer someone meant from the bottom of the heart, and then took back and then wanted again. This call is exactly the kind I always notice. It is the thing a spoiled child says that becomes a habit. It is the shape of a boy who never learned to say thank you standing in a man's clothes and throwing a grown man's fit. It is the sound of breaking plastic and a voice that says, "Why won't they listen to me?" It is not the worst thing a person can be. It is the first step on the road to it. I stand at his window without casting a shadow. There is enough light to make one, streetlight bouncing off wet asphalt, but it lands and slides and finds nothing to hold. Inside, his breath evens as sleep takes him the way a tide takes a small boat. I raise my hand. My nails are long. I keep them clean. They make a neat, dry sound when they touch glass. Talk. 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 Ricky's eyes open because bodies remember the rhythm of danger even when others don't name it. He holds very still. He hears 3 taps. He tells himself it's a branch, and then remembers there is no tree near that window. He tells himself it's the building settling and then remembers buildings don't announce themselves with perfect timing. He turns on his side and looks toward the window. There is someone there. Or something. The dark around the edge of the window is darker than it should be, like velvet tucked into the frame. He squints and makes out a curve that could be a shoulder and could be a trick of the eye. The house is silent in a way that feels heavy, as if sound has weight and someone put it all in a trunk and locked it. "Who's there?" he says, but he doesn't say it very loud. The answer is a smell before it is a voice: damp earth, old honey, a sharp metal tang like the air has bit its own lip. Then, through the glass, as soft as a lullaby sung by someone who has not forgiven you yet. "What stings you, my child? Kt Pika me ho?" Ricky sits up fast enough to make the mattress complain. "What?" he says, because the words don't make sense. He tells himself someone is playing a joke. The word joke doesn't like the air it's in. It dries up and shrinks until it isn't strong enough to cover anything. The bulb in his lamp tries twice, and then makes peace with the dark. The window lifts without being touched. Cold air comes in with a sound like pages turning fast. She steps through. You would never say you saw a swarm. You would say you saw a woman. She is thin but not frail. The black she wears is not fabric at first glance, and then it is, a cloak that moves on its own and settles when she stops moving, a hem that hums as it brushes the sill and then quiets. Her hair is pulled back from her face the way women pull their hair back when they have work to do, and no time for pieces in their eyes. The skin around her eyes holds old swelling the way a tree holds the memory of a hand that once pressed into it. Her presence makes the room feel small without her doing anything to make it so. Ricky's mouth is open. He cannot decide whether to shout or swallow and ends up doing neither. "This is a dream," he says finally, grabbing for the flimsy raft he has left. "This is one of those lucid dream things." She watches him. The wasps that make her cloak taste the air, and then decide it is not time for them yet. "What stings you?" she asks again, and there is a thread of patience in it, as if this is a ritual and she is giving him a chance to take the right step. He blinks. "They deleted my story," he says, hearing it out loud and hearing at the same time how it sounds. His cheeks burn. "They always delete my story. They don't read it. They don't give me a chance." She turns her head a little. The motion is small and makes him feel like he has stepped on something he didn't see. "Who taught you that a door is broken if it does not open when you knock?" she asks. He stares. "What? Who taught you to measure the world by how quickly it moves out of your way?" He wants to say he worked hard. He wants to say nobody understands him. He wants to say it isn't fair. All the words feel like coins he has spent too many times. They have no shine left. "I just want them to listen," he says. She takes one slow step and another. The room does not get colder, but Ricky shivers. A single wasp leaves the edge of her sleeve and writes a small line in the air, a letter without an alphabet. It lands on the back of his hand and doesn't sting. It just stands there and vibrates, and he can feel the vibration in his bones. "Listen is a door that swings both ways," she says. "You are a child who learned to shout through the crack. You wanted to be heard. You never learned to hear. Your people told you stories. You thought they were just old words that belonged to somebody else. You tried to make fear like you were mixing a drink from a recipe. You didn't know the recipe is blood and dirt and debt." He looks at the cracked keyboard in the trash. He looks back at her. "I'll be better," he says, and he doesn't know whether he means in his writing or as a person, and he doesn't say it to find out. He says it because he has said it before and it usually works. "You will be different," she says, and the word has a weight that better doesn't. He tries to stand and his legs do not belong to him. The leather pouch under his pillow warms again and then goes cool, as if something inside has finished its message. Outside, a car rolls by and throws a ripple of light across the ceiling. It is the first ordinary thing that has happened since she came in, and it feels like an insult to the moment. "You hurt," she says, and for a heartbeat he thinks he hears kindness. "But your hurt is small and loud. Others' hurt is big and quiet, and you do not hear it because your small hurt makes too much noise. You break things when you are told no. Do you know what that sounds like to me?" He shakes his head. "Children," she says simply. "And I come when children cry." He is not a child. He wants to say it. He cannot make the words climb out of his throat. He hears a sound, small, quick, high, and understands with a shock that it is coming from him. "My work is to steer." Sometimes that means placing the blade. Sometimes it means taking it away. Tonight it means either. There are lessons that cut only if you press them to your own skin. I hold the room still and let hers do what it was made to do, not to tear him, but to show him why so many before him tore themselves. She lifts her hand. The nails that tapped on glass are clean and sharp. She touches his cheek, very lightly, with the pad of one finger. A pinprick of pain blossoms there, and then blossoms again deeper, like a flower opening twice. He gasps. It is not the worst pain he has felt, only the most exact. Another sting finds the tender thin skin just below his ear. Another brushes his lip and makes it throb. He raises his hands to cover his face, and half a dozen tiny feet take the back of each hand for a moment, and then leave. There is restraint in it. There is also a clear message: this is not all we could do. He chokes on air, and it tastes sweet and metallic. He feels heat in his ears and taps them and brings back fingers with a faint smear of red. It terrifies him more than it should. It also quiets him in a way nothing else has. The room listens to his breathing. The breathing evens out. "Listen," she says, and he does. She tells him a story. She does not raise her voice. She does not need to. In a few plain lines she draws him a house with a broken door and a woman who helped people in daylight and died in a box full of wasps at night and refused to stay dead. She shows him a boy with nice shoes who didn't say thank you and the way a little leather pouch fits under a pillow and how it can keep a promise longer than a person can. She shows him 3 taps on a window and a choice that isn't one. She shows him how stories keep a people alive when people leave. Ricky sees more than she says. He sees his own mother setting a plate down without a word 5 minutes after he stomped out of a room. He sees his father's hands, the way the skin across the knuckles looks like it has sand under it from years of work he has never wanted to know the details of. He sees comment after comment he told himself didn't matter because the usernames were stupid. He sees one particular line, "This isn't creepy, it's just mean," and knows suddenly what it means. He cries. It is not loud and it is not pretty. It is the kind that comes when a truth finally fits in the space you've been keeping for it without meaning to. He doesn't ask her to stop. She doesn't ask him to promise anything. On the night a story changes a person, nothing in the room should bear witness except the person and the story. But a familiar must keep accounts. I keep mine by making sure a mark remains to remind the skin of what the heart learned. She takes his right hand and turns it palm up. The wasps in the hem of her cloak lift and settle. One steps down and presses a small, perfect circle into his skin where the lines of his palm cross. It is not a wound. It is not a bite. It is heat and a little pressure, and then a shape, like a ring burned there by a sun too close. When she lifts her finger, there is a faint pattern inside the circle, the suggestion of paper layered on paper, a nest held small enough to carry. "When you feel it itch," she says, "remember to listen." He nods. He doesn't trust his mouth. She looks around the room. Her face softens, and for a moment Ricky understands that this is not a thing that makes her glad. It is a thing she does because it is what is left to do. She steps back toward the window. The night folds around her like it has been waiting for the signal. Over her shoulder, without turning her head, she gives him the last line anyone hears from her and lives. "Sleep. Tomorrow, write what is yours to write." Then she is gone. Not a flurry. Not a puff. One heartbeat she is there. The next there is only the smell of honey gone a little sour, and the light shiver of air where her cloak passed. Ricky sits for a long time. The sting in his cheek fades to a warmth. The mark in his palm cools and then itches and then goes quiet. He lies down because there is nothing else to do. He sleeps with the window latched and the leather pouch under his pillow as still as a stone. At first light he wakes with the feeling people have when they know they have had a dream that wasn't a dream. He touches his cheek and finds nothing there he can show to someone else. He turns his hand over and sees a faint pale circle that wasn't there yesterday. He reaches under his pillow and his fingers find the pouch. He pulls it out and opens it. There is a curl of paper darker than paper should be, a dusting of ash that doesn't smudge his skin, and a single dark hair he does not recognize. He shivers and then carefully closes the pouch and ties it shut. He opens his laptop. The glow of the screen makes his eyes water. He writes a sentence. It is simple. It does not try to be more than it is. He erases it and writes another. He leaves that one. He writes 2 more. Somewhere in the middle of the 3rd paragraph he hears the smallest sound, a sound that might be nothing in any other room in any other house, 3 tiny taps on glass from very far away. He looks at the window. The latch sits where he left it. People always want an end that ties itself up and lays down and lets you pat it. This isn't that kind of end. I didn't come to tidy Ricky's life. I came to set a weight on one side of a scale and see if it shifts. Balance is not a straight line. It's a movement you make again and again every time you stand up and walk. So I leave him there, a boy man who finally heard something besides himself. He will make mistakes. He will forget and remember and forget again. He will write, and some of it will still be bad, and some of it will be better because it will not be about being seen, it will be about seeing. When he feels the circle in his palm itch, he will stop breaking things and listen. Most of the time. You wanted a monster. You got one. It just isn't only under the bed. Sometimes it is the person in the bed. Sometimes it is what crawls up the wall with a coat made of wings. Sometimes it is me, with my small voice and my big ledger and my job I did not choose but do anyway. I have other houses to stand outside. There is always another window, another room where a child who grew up without learning limits has turned into an adult who thinks no is a kind of cruelty. There is always a mother with tired eyes. There is always a father who has run out of the right words. There is always a tap waiting to be heard. Do what you are told when the thing you are told does no harm and teaches you to live with other people. Honor the hands that set your food down. Learn thank you. Learn I'm sorry. Learn to hear before you ask to be heard. Sleep when you should. Be home when you said you would. Don't make your small hurt drown out someone else's big one. If you don't, one night, when the world is quiet and the rain has washed the city and left it shining, you will hear the light touch of nails on glass. Talk. 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 And then a voice, low and patient as the grave, will ask from the dark just outside your window. KT Pika miho? The storm made the city look like a watercolor. Tim Avery walked fast through the rain, letting the cool drops settle the anger in his chest. He just told his parents he didn't want the business degree anymore. 4 years in, almost done, and he hated it. He wanted art school. They called it throwing his life away. He left the house and kept walking. Somewhere between thunderclaps and honking horns, Tim drifted off his usual route. He ended up on a block with a pawn shop, a tired bar, and a narrow internet cafe with a red and white sign, Angel's Web Cafe. The glow looked safe. He went in. Inside was dim, white and black decor, circles of computers, kids hunched over screens. No open stations. The barista offered coffee while he waited. He took the cheapest one and wandered to some wall nooks meant for people with their own laptops. In the far corner, where no one could see him, a closed black laptop sat alone, earbuds neatly looped on top. On a normal day, he would have left it. Tonight wasn't normal. He checked the room, sat, and opened the lid. The desktop was almost empty. 2 icons. Then he noticed a small symbol in the corner, like a setting sun mixed with a compass. He clicked. The screen went white, then a logo, Western Crossroads. A stripped-down browser appeared. The bookmarks were in a language he didn't know. Thunder rolled, the room murmured. When he looked back, the titles had somehow shifted into English. For bookmarks, Library of Interim, Mr. Deal, The Garden of Earthly Delights, and the altar, marked with 2 mirrored snakes. Tim didn't know why, but the altar pulled at him. He clicked. A dark video window opened, a stone floor, a wall of falling water so smooth it reflected torchlight, a faint sound like a river in a cave. A chat list ticked up to 43 viewers, no greetings, no jokes. Just waiting. A man stepped into frame, immaculate charcoal suit, red silver tie, head shaved. His face was a map of serpent tattoos. His voice was deep and strangely warm. Good evening, and welcome back to the altar. For the newcomers, call me Tescat. I run simple auctions with 2 rules: money is useless, and all sales are final. He smiled, and the water wall shimmered into a cartoon heart. Lot 1, true love. A gentle nudge, nothing ugly. They won't even know why they fell. Faces flickered in the water, random strangers, then, to Tim's shock, a classmate he'd once obsessed over. No way this site could know that. Unless it could. A user typed, $10 million. Tescat sighed, removed the bidder with a tap. No money. Another typed, my sense of hearing. Tescat checked a tablet only he could see. A sacrifice. Acceptable, unless someone can do better. 1998, another wrote. Risky, Tescat said. But that was your turning point year, your father's apology, your first dance class. Painful. Noted. My guitar playing, someone else offered. Tescat's smile thinned, approving despite himself. Giving up the thing that keeps you going, your hopes and dreams. Sold. The winner blinked from the chat. A line appeared, transferred to collections. Torchlight shifted. The water wall showed new scenes, a red carpet, a packed stadium, a quiet gallery with canvases painted in a style that looked like Tim's own daydreams. Lot 2, Tescat said lightly. Resources and talent to chase one dream. You still have to work, but doors will open. My card collection, one user offered. 40 years building it. Tescat murmured. Sentimental, but thin. Accepted. Med school, typed another. Throwing away the life you built to chase the one you want, he said. Accepted. My maid, someone wrote. Tim went still. He knew what that meant even before Tescat's eyes gleamed. People tried to pawn off coworkers. Not worth much, unless you're in love with her. You are. Accepted. Going once. Tim's fingers moved before he could stop them. He thought of the gallery. Of being seen. Of the fight at home. Of never being taken seriously. My parents, he typed. Even Tescat paused. That, he said softly, is a bid. The chat quieted. No one topped it. Sold. Tim sat frozen. He didn't want it anymore. He wanted it gone. The lights in the cafe flickered with a thunderclap and went out. On Tim's screen a message blinked, transferring to collections. The overheads buzzed back to life. He leaned into the aisle. Where seconds ago there had been murmuring and typing, the cafe was empty. Mr. Avery, Tescat said gently through the speakers, his face now filling the frame. Let's talk in person. Tim slammed the laptop shut, left it on the chair, and ran. Outside the rain had eased, but the street wasn't right anymore. The cafe sign was no longer letters, just the twin snake symbol, red streaks dripping from it onto his sleeve. Cars rolled past with unfamiliar emblems, a crimson taxi branded Western Crossroads, a silver truck bearing the altar's mark. Vacant buildings looked lit from within by slow-moving shapes like pale eyes. Only the bar across the street looked almost normal. Tim sprinted through traffic and shoved inside. The place was classic dive, stale air, muted TV, a few tired faces. He exhaled, slid onto a bar stool, and let his heartbeat settle. A throat cleared right behind him. A charcoal jacket slid onto the next stool. Mr. Avery, Tescat said calmly, tattoos in soft focus under the bar lights. You have a remarkable opportunity. The greatest artist of your time. Wealth. Respect. The envy of your parents' friends. I don't want it, Tim said. His voice surprised him. Take it back. You wanted it long enough, Tescat said. That's all Relk requires. Who's Relk? The Devourer, Tescat said, almost fond. An old god. Not the watered-down ones. Relk walked among his people, defended them, drank the blood of his enemies. He tapped the bar. The glass in front of them vanished mid-air. The bottles and mirrors melted into rough stone. Fluorescence became torchlight. The side wall sighed into a perfect sheet of falling water. Tim was sitting on a low stone bench before a wide altar. At its center lay a skull wrapped with old cloth. This is the tomb of Relk, Tescat said. A little home just off your map. Your dark web is a doorway. Desire digs tunnels. I'm not letting you take my parents, Tim whispered. You don't have a choice, Tescat said, and the warmth in his voice cooled. He set 2 tiny cups on the altar, drew a small green glass blade, and nicked his own wrist. Gold blood filled both cups, then stopped. He handed one to Tim. We seal with a drink. It marks you, and opens the door home. Tim held the cup, mind racing. You called this a tomb, he said. So gods can die? In ways, Tescat said, impatient now. They change. They wake. They appoint aspects, like me, To bring them souls. Whose soul? Tim asked, and already knew. Mine. Because I bid a person. He looked up. That's why it's an auction. You push people into outbidding themselves, so someone chooses a person. That choice marks them. Teskat's eyes thinned to slits. And you chose, he said softly. So drink. Go home. Make art. Carry the guilt. Or refuse, and stay here with me. I can make this place your own personal perdition. But my parents live, Tim said. Who cares? Tescat snapped, voice echoing down the stone. They die now or they die later. All that matters is the mark. Drink. What are you? Tim stalled. I was human, Tescat said, pounding the altar. The wrapped skull rolled toward Tim. I lived. I died. I made a deal. Now I am sacrifice made flesh. And you don't leave without giving something up. Tim moved. He snatched the skull and struck Tescat across the cheek. The blow staggered him. Gold drops flashed in torchlight. Tim grabbed his cup, ran to the far wall, dipped his fingers in the shining liquid, and drew 2 vertical lines. A horizontal line to join them. The outline pulsed faintly like ember light. Behind him, cloth tore. Tim turned. Tescat pulled off his shirt. His torso was covered in silver-inked rosettes like a jaguar's coat, bright metal pins arcing through his shoulders and arms. His eyes were cat-bright. For a heartbeat Tim saw another world, sun on stone, a high priest raising a heart to the sky, a city chanting a dead god's name. Tescat stepped toward him. Tim pressed the rim of the cup against the glowing outline and turned it like a doorknob. The lines flared gold. Heat filled the room like a sunrise. Tescat screamed, a sound like metal dragged across stone, and the world vanished in light. Tim woke on wet pavement under the bar's awning. The sign now said rubies in flickering red. People hurried past with umbrellas, regular cars hummed by, and no one seemed to notice him. He pulled out his phone with shaking hands and called home. 1 ring. 2. 3. Hello? His father said. Relief hit so hard it almost hurt. Then another voice, soft, amused, breathed into his ear before his father's hello. I do admire your exit, Mr. Avery. Tim's stomach dropped. Where are my parents? They're fine, Tescat said. I wanted a word. No vengeance from me. Bad business. But listen carefully. Your soul smells like hope and desperation. I'm not the only aspect that hunts by scent. Ambition. Want. Creation. They'll find you. Why warn me? It's more fun when you're looking over your shoulder, he said lightly. Good luck, Tim. Tila Arian Tenashit. What does that mean? His father finished, confused. I just said hello? Yeah, Tim said, forcing his voice steady. Sorry. Guy on the street. I'm okay. You need a ride? It's still raining. I'll wait it out, Tim said. Thinking about what we talked about. We want what's best for you, his father said. I know. He hung up and watched the rain blur the streetlights. After a while, he stood and walked toward the crosswalk. The cafe's glow was back to normal. He knew he should go home, hold tight to the people he almost lost. He also knew there had been 4 bookmarks in that strange browser, and he'd only clicked one. He wasn't desperate anymore. But he was very awake. He stepped off the curb into the rain. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. Being short on money is hard all year, but it hurts the most around the holidays. October comes with its parade of store displays and school flyers, and you're reminded, in 100 small ways, that joy often comes with a price tag. Halloween is the first test. Kids start talking in early fall about costumes they saw on TV, the ones with moving wings or glowing masks, and you're stuck doing math in the cereal aisle, wondering how to make a little boy feel big without breaking the bank. That year, I promised myself I would try. My son, Austin, had been through a rough start to 2nd grade, and I wanted him to feel like he belonged. He had good days, but he also had those tight-shouldered afternoons where he came home quiet and kicked off his shoes without looking at anyone. He's a sweet kid, quick to laugh, eager to help, but school can make any kid feel small. So I told him we'd go hunting for a costume, and we took the bus to the thrift store we visit when the paycheck is thin and the wish list is long. It's the kind of shop that smells like old books and lemon cleaner. On good weeks you can find the exact size snow boots a kid needs. On most weeks you get creative. That afternoon the fluorescent lights hummed and the place was busy with people digging for small miracles. There was a metal rack near the back with a handwritten sign that said costumes in crooked marker. I pushed the cart over and braced for pirate hats with snapped elastics, and capes that were more whole than fabric. The rack was exactly that, rejects from supermarkets, ripped wigs, masks with cloudy eye holes, and a couple of novelty hats with jokes printed on them that only adults would understand. Mixed into all of that was a single piece that didn't match the rest. It hung slightly apart, next to a golf bag stuffed with old hockey sticks. At first I thought somebody had misfiled it from another section because it didn't look used. It looked new. It was a green and yellow dragon suit with a belly the color of a ripe pear. The scales were tiny overlapping shields that caught the light. Each scale had a faint symbol stamped into it, like a mark from a language I didn't know. It wasn't shiny plastic, more like something between glass and stone, but light, the way a leaf is light. The tail curved with a little weight at the tip, the jaw was shaped around a black mesh mouth, and the feet had rubber soles that would actually grip a sidewalk. There were individual fingers ending in small rounded claws. I didn't see a brand tag or even a size label. It didn't look mass-produced. It looked made. It also looked like it would fit Austin, and only Austin. You get a sense for these things when you've done enough guessing. I lifted it once, felt the balance of it, and the thing almost felt like it settled into my hands on its own. I turned to say something to him, but he was already stepping into it, legs first, laughing under his breath. I wanted to stop him until I checked the price, but the moment he pulled it up and slid his arms through, the suit looked like it belonged to him. He picked up the head, turned it so the jaw faced him, and eased it down. I lost sight of his grin behind the black mesh, but I could hear it in his voice. "Dad, please," he said, holding the jaw still with both hands. "Can we get this one? Please?" I looked at the little sticker on the hanger. It wasn't cheap, not for us. It wasn't the kind of number you ignore. But I watched him turn his head left and right, slowly, like he couldn't believe it was happening to him, and I thought about the way he sometimes sat at our small table and did math worksheets with his eyebrows hard as knots. I thought about the note from his teacher that said he daydreamed and forgot to bring his folder home. I thought about this being the one night of the year when he could be anything other than the new kid with the quiet voice. I took a breath, put the hanger on my forearm, and told him we'd make it work. At the checkout, the cashier tapped the scales once with her nail and raised her eyebrows. "Someone's going to be the star," she said. The moment we got home, Austin didn't take the suit off. He hopped from the carpet to the linoleum as if the floor were lava, testing the grip of those rubber soles. He practiced swinging the tail like it meant something. He stood in front of the mirror and worked the jaw a little, like he was learning how to speak dragon. He did his spelling words at the table with the head set beside him, and then pulled it back on to read them out loud in a gravelly voice. He chewed his carrots through a small opening behind the mesh mouth and brushed his teeth by lifting the jaw enough to get the toothbrush in. I told him he could sleep in it just that once because the suit was like a thick blanket, and he promised, hand to heart, that he would be careful and that he would not get toothpaste on the scales. He fell asleep that night curled on his side like a cat, tail tucked around his legs. The next day he asked if he could wear it to school. We live in a district that tries to bend before it breaks. The staff there knows that kids show up with all kinds of trouble in their backpacks, and sometimes letting a kid wear a cape for 2 weeks is the difference between a meltdown and a good day. I sent a message to his teacher. She wrote back, "As long as it doesn't distract, and as long as he keeps up with his work." So we said yes. For the first time in a while, Austin hurried to be on time. Neighbors on the sidewalk smiled and stepped aside to let the dragon pass, and he kept the jaw open just a bit so people could see the grin underneath. At school, kids who usually didn't talk to him called out, "Cool costume!" and, "Whoa, look at that tail!" His teacher crouched to his height, looked the suit over with professional curiosity, and said, "Very creative choice," in that careful tone adults use when they are hiding delight. It sounds silly, but that day shifted something. He didn't get a single behavior note that week. He remembered his folder. He even got an A on his spelling test, and when I asked whether the costume helped him focus, he said, "I don't know. It's like when I'm in it, I'm supposed to be good." Parties started the weekend before Halloween. Kids from his class had parents with bigger yards and bigger budgets, and the invitations were heavy cardstock with glitter cobwebs printed on them. I worried Austin would feel out of place, but the opposite happened. He became the story people told in their kitchens while they refilled bowls, the boy who showed up as a dragon with scales that looked real. At the first party, the host had set up a fog machine and a thrift store chandelier, and when Austin walked through the fog, the scales caught the light like a shoal of fish. A mom I barely knew leaned toward me and said, "Where did you find that? What a piece!" as if I had commissioned it from an artist. I didn't know what to say except, "We got lucky." He wore the suit to every party after that. He wore it to the grocery store and to the laundromat. He wore it in the evenings while we watched TV with the lights low and the sound of people laughing in the other apartments. He was extra polite, like he was earning time in the suit. He did his chores before I asked. He took shorter showers. If the head was off, it sat beside him like a second face. Halloween fell on a weekday that year, warmer than usual, a little damp from rain earlier in the day. The clouds were shredded cotton, and the light between them was soft. We had our plan the way our family always has plans, more practical than perfect. He carried a small plastic pumpkin for each doorstep, smiling through the mesh and saying thank you in that careful voice kids use when they're trying to prove they're not little. I walked the sidewalk beside him with a pillowcase slung over my shoulder. When the pumpkin got full, he trotted back to me and poured the candy into the pillowcase, then ran ahead again, tail swaying from side to side. The system worked. People saw the empty bucket and the dragon with the careful manners, and they gave a little extra. By the end of the third block, the pillowcase had real weight to it. My shoulder ached, but I didn't care. Every house we passed had its own idea of Halloween. Some had orange string lights and paper bats curling in the wind. Others had gone all out with fog machines, recorded thunder, and plywood coffins they'd made in their garages. Adults dressed for the fun of it. Knights and wizards handed out chocolate from cauldrons. A woman with a crown and a sash called herself the Pumpkin Queen and insisted on giving Austin an extra candy bar for ruling so well. Kids we didn't know ran up to him and shouted, "Dragon?" And some of them, I noticed, had picked dragon costumes of their own. They weren't like his, but they formed a sort of flock around him, and for 2 hours I watched my son move through our neighborhood like someone who belonged everywhere. We stayed out too late for a school night. I knew we would pay for it in yawns and crankiness the next morning, but I let it stretch because the night was that good. When we got home, he lined his candy up on the table by color, then by size, then by wrappers he wanted to save to show his friends. He took the head off and rubbed the line where the jaw had rested against his cheeks, and I saw the red marks there, and thought maybe we should have encouraged more breaks. He asked if he could sleep in it, just one more time. And I said yes because I didn't want to be the person who ended the perfect night. November 1st brought the usual consequences: heavy eyes, slow feet, a backpack left by the door. It brought something else too. Austin did not take the costume off. We woke him early so he would have time to get ready, but when we told him to step out of the suit, he shook his head and wrapped his arms around his stomach. I thought he was being playful at first. He had never been a kid who shrieked over clothes. He liked what he liked, but he didn't fight like this. I reached for the zipper at the back. He jerked forward like I pinched him and let out a noise from deep in his throat. His eyes filled fast. My wife tried with a softer touch, and he kicked his heels on the mattress hard enough to bounce. The sound that came out of him then wasn't anger. It was fear. We both backed off because it didn't feel like a normal tantrum. We let him keep it on. We told ourselves it was the day after Halloween, and he would be fine. Around lunchtime, my wife called me at work. Her voice had that careful steadiness people have when they're trying not to make a bad situation worse. "It's the school," she said. "They need you to come." I ran the whole way from the bus stop to the building. In the nurse's office, Austin lay on his stomach on the narrow bed, the dragon head on, the tail bent off the edge. He wasn't moving. The nurse met us with a voice that did her job first and comforted second. She explained what they'd seen. A kickball from the far field had cleared the fence by bad luck, bounced off the bumper of a parked truck, ricocheted to a lamp post, and dropped straight down onto the back of Austin's head as he walked out of lunch. A bizarre path, the kind that makes you shake your head and say, "What are the odds?" "He has a pulse," she said. "I think the helmet structure inside the headpiece absorbed a lot of the impact, but he's unresponsive. We need to get the suit off him." I nodded like I understood everything. We turned Austin gently. The nurse tried the zipper at the bottom first. It didn't budge. She tried the one at the side. Nothing. She frowned like a person does at a jar lid that shouldn't be that tight. She called for the custodian, who came with a set of pliers. She clamped the tool around the zipper tab, and I steadied my son under his shoulders because the bed was narrow and I didn't want him to roll. My wife put her hands on his knees as if we were bracing him for a shot. The nurse pulled. The zipper gave a millimeter and then stuck again. She repositioned the pliers and pulled harder. It started to move, slow and stubborn, tooth by tooth. A sound filled the room that I didn't recognize at first. It was wet and wooden at the same time, like someone prying apart soaked boards. The nurse stopped, looked at me, swallowed, and tugged again, very carefully. A thin line opened above the zipper, and I saw red where I was not supposed to see red. Not a scratch. Not a rub. A deep wound opened as the zipper traveled, and with it came flecks and flashes of what should never be visible inside a child's back. My wife made a sound that was all inhale, and the nurse pushed the zipper back up in one fast move and pressed the edges together with gloved hands to stop the bleeding. "We're calling an ambulance," the nurse said. Her voice stayed steady somehow. "We're going to keep pressure here and keep him breathing." The school didn't have the real city ambulance on standby, so we rode behind the nurse in a white van with a red cross on the side. My wife held Austin's hand through the mesh folds of the suit, and I kept looking at the costume scales, at the shapes pressed into them. I told myself they were decorative, stamped by some hobbyist with an artistic streak and too much time, but they didn't look like decoration anymore. They looked like tiny mouths, like symbols you only recognize after you've seen something you can't explain. At the hospital we waited the way people wait when there's nothing else to do, awake inside a tunnel. The fluorescent light made the hallway look brittle. Every nurse who passed by seemed to keep their eyes on the floor more than I would have liked. A doctor we didn't know came out, asked us questions that seemed too normal for the way my hands were shaking. When did the injury occur? Did he lose consciousness right away? Had he eaten anything unusual? Was he allergic to latex? Time unspooled. Sometime after dark, 4 people entered the emergency room together. 2 wore bright white scrubs, the kind they sell in catalogs, spotless, with matching white masks. The other 2 wore that soft green you see on medical dramas. All 4 moved with the same neat rhythm, the same quiet timing. Their shoes stood out. The soles were bright, almost toy-colored blue, identical on all 4. Something about them felt off, like extras who wandered out of the wrong set and found themselves in a real hospital without knowing how to pretend to be human correctly. Still, when you're desperate you welcome competence wherever it comes from. They entered the trauma bay, the door closed, and my wife squeezed my hand so hard my knuckles clicked. 10 minutes later, the door opened. 2 of them walked out. One carried the dragon body, limp as laundry. The other carried the head, cupped with both hands. The one with the head leaned to the other and said, in a voice that sounded like a person reciting lines phonetically, "Just a little more time and his meal would have been finished." Shame. Still, I can't believe they let one of us get all the way to a thrift store. They turned down the hall as if we were waiting chairs or a palm plant, not parents. My wife stood without thinking and walked after them, her steps quick but not yet a run. I stayed because 2 of the 4 were still in the room. A man exited in a hurry. The last one out was a woman who looked back into the bay and then at the man. When she spoke, the words came separated, as if they were each printed on a card and she had to hold them up one by one. You can't do that here. The man's answer slid like oil. Rules don't apply here, man-eater. This is just a cattle pen. Something in me clicked at that word. I put out my arm to stop him. He was taller than me by a head. His eyes were a flat, irritated brown above a mask, the kind dental hygienists wear. He had a round reflective disc strapped to his head like doctors wear in cartoons and a stethoscope that looked straight out of a toy set. He smelled like limes and gasoline. I asked if he knew anything about my son. I said Austin's name. He looked past me like the question bored him. Why would I know anything about your son? He said. You were just in there. I said. You came in with those people. Do you think I wear this mask to advertise who I am? He said, and then he broke the light contact of my arm with a small push and kept walking. My wife came back around the corner then, breathless, and grabbed my sleeve. They took it, she said. They just walked out with it. The body and the head. They got into a car and left. We rushed back to the room because when someone says a sentence like that, you go to the place where your kid should be and make sure it isn't true. The regular staff had formed a loose circle outside the door, arguing softly over what the right next step was. When we pushed in, the smell hit first, like metal and salt. The bed was heaped with a mess that you know right away is not something you're supposed to see. The suit wasn't there. The things inside the suit were. Blood had soaked into the white paper rolls and pooled in the thin plastic folds at the edges. It looked like something from a stomach had been emptied onto the table. My eyes skittered across it and caught on something small I recognized. Austin's watch lay in the middle of it, the ink of the cheap cartoon on its face faded and the rubber strap wrinkled like fruit that sat too long in a bowl. I don't remember leaving the room. I do remember that I couldn't put my shoes back on fast enough because my feet were wet with something and I needed a floor to stand on that was mine. The nearest blue door had the sign for the men's room, so I went in and braced both hands on the edge of the sink and bent over it. The first sound I made was nothing like a cry. It was a cough that shook my back. When I looked up, the ceiling tiles swam. I turned on the tap and let the water run until it got cold. The door to the restroom was propped open by a folded paper towel jammed under it, and because I had lost my shoes somewhere between the hallway and that door, my steps on the tile made no noise. Maybe that's why the man from the hall, the one with the lime gasoline smell, didn't stop what he was doing. He stood half inside a stall with the door wide open, as if he needed the space for his elbows. He still had on those bright blue-soled shoes. From where I stood, I could only see him in profile, and for a second my brain refused to make sense of what my eyes were seeing. It looked like the front of his face and neck were down around his shoulders, deflated, like a hood you pull back when you get too warm. Then he lifted something with 2 hands. I realized it was his own face. It had empty holes where eyes should be and lips that weren't lips, just an outline. He lifted the face and pulled it up and forward as if putting on a close-fitting mask from the inside. I heard a small soft sound, like a zipper closing on a winter coat. His posture changed in one sharp motion, like a puppet that found its strings again. For a beat he was still, and then he tilted his head to the side like a deer hearing a branch crack in the woods. I knew he knew I had seen him. I backed away without thinking, turned, and walked as fast as I could back to the hall where my wife stood with a nurse and a security guard talking in circles about what happens when something impossible happens in a hospital. I put my hand on my wife's shoulder because I needed to touch something living and familiar. We told them what we had seen. The guard checked the restroom. He came back looking annoyed because there was no man without a face to show us. He did say someone had left the stall in a bad state. A custodian went in and came back out with his mouth tight. He told another custodian they would need gloves and a mop and a bag of that pink powder they use for vomit. I saw over his shoulder that the toilet bowl was full of blood and chunks of something white that I didn't want to think about too long. The nurse who had been kind to us earlier put a hand low on my back and guided us to sit, and I could feel my body shaking under her palm without meaning to. What happens after a moment like that is not tidy. People in uniforms file reports because that is what their jobs are. They draw boxes around things with words so they can file them in the right place. Unidentified outside medical team, someone said. Possible theft of evidence, someone else said. A social worker with soft eyes sat beside us and asked if there was anyone she could call. My wife stared at the floor so long I touched her wrist to make sure she was present, and she looked at me as if she had just woken up and asked, "What is that smell?" And then we both understood it was in our noses and wasn't going to leave soon. They let us go home at some point because there was nothing else to do with us there. We walked out into damp air that had cooled since the afternoon. The streetlights hummed. The sound of traffic on the main road drifted in and out like waves. We didn't talk much on the ride back. The driver glanced at us in the mirror once, and then did that tight little nod people do when they are sorry they can't fix it. In bed that night, I kept hearing the words from the hallway, how the woman had said, "You can't do that here," like the syllables were heavy to carry. I kept hearing the man's answer, "Rules don't apply here, man-eater. This is just the cattle pen." I didn't want to know what those words meant. I also already knew. There are places where people are careful because they believe in consequences, and there are places where people do what they are built to do because no one can stop them. If a thing needs to eat and you put it among the desperate and the sick and the distracted, it will eat. If a thing needs to collect, it will collect. Maybe the thrift store was just the easiest store. The next morning the apartment was too quiet. The suit was gone, but I still expected to hear the little scuff of rubber soles on the kitchen floor or the thump of a tail on the couch as he climbed up. I found a space on the table where Austin had lined his candy in neat rows and had left them, half sorted, the night before. The wrappers were all the colors of a small parade. I thought about the way he looked under porch lights, about the sound of his voice saying thank you through the mesh, about the way adults, even strangers, had been kind because a child in a costume can make anyone remember what fun feels like. I told myself this, that night had been real. It belonged to him. He had made people smile. For hours he felt exactly as brave as he always was. We answered calls all day from the hospital, from a detective, from a woman with a title I couldn't parse. Each conversation ended with the same long pauses, the same empty anger. No one could tell us where the costume had come from, who had brought it to the thrift store, whether the staff remembered anything unusual about the person who donated it. A cashier said at first she didn't remember it, and later she remembered it perfectly, and told me it had been dropped off with a box of lamps, and that the person who left them had been wearing blue shoes. I don't know if that was true or if she was trying to give me something to hold. At night, I lay awake and tried to go through it step by step to find the moment where I could have done one thing different. Maybe I shouldn't have let him sleep in it, I thought. Maybe I should have taken it away after the second party. Maybe I should have said no in the store and made a cape out of a sheet like my mother used to do for me. But the truth is, I would have said yes again. He looked like himself in it. He looked like the version of himself that the world sees when it sees him whole. That's what you want for your kid, more than anything else, for other people to see them the way you do. There are details my brain shies away from, even now, like a horse refusing an obstacle. I could go my whole life without the memory of that zipper sound and be fine. I could forget those blue soles and that sweet chemical smell and do just as well. I can't forget the way the four of them moved together, timely, purposeful, as if the lights and the machines and the watch on the bed were all part of a job that had to be finished on schedule, and we were just an inconvenience at the edge of the frame. They weren't surprised by what they saw. That's the part that keeps a person up at night, knowing that for someone, somewhere, this is not strange. It is routine. In the days that followed, neighbors brought casseroles to a place that did not want to eat. People we barely knew knocked and stood on the threshold helplessly, and I found myself thanking them for their kindness like I was watching myself from down the hall. The kids from Austin's class drew pictures with crayons, a little flock of dragons marching across printer paper, and the teacher folded them into a manila envelope with a note that said, "Your class is thinking of you." I wrote her back, "Thank you," because that was the truth. It helped to know those kids were keeping a small corner of his story bright. There is a moment I keep that I don't tell other people. It's nothing supernatural. It's not even interesting. It's a memory from the night in the parking lot after one of the parties. The fog machine had been turned off. Kids were peeling off face paint with wet wipes. Austin took his head off and leaned a jaw on top of the car while I buckled the pillowcase of candy into the back seat because it felt like it deserved a seat belt after all that effort. He stood under a streetlight and turned his face up to it, eyes closed, letting the night air dry his cheeks where the mesh had pressed. He looked peaceful. He looked exactly like my kid. He opened his eyes and caught me watching. "Is this the best one?" he asked. I knew what he meant. "Yeah," I said. "This is the best one. The world doesn't always give you reasons. Sometimes it gives you symbols stamped on green scales and expects you to pretend you understand. Sometimes it gives you strangers in clean shoes and tells you to be polite. I don't know what those four were, or what that thing in the stall was wearing, or how many kids tried on that suit before it found the shape it wanted. I know what I saw. I know what I lost. I know there are places where rules are a suggestion and places where rules are enforced, and the hallway outside an emergency room can be either, depending on who walks through the door. If I had a way to end this with an answer, I would. If I had a lesson that made sense, I would write it down with a thick pen and tape it to the fridge so I could see it on bad mornings. I have what I have, a memory of a boy who loved a costume, a sound I can't stand now when I hear someone pull a zipper, the taste of metal in a hospital corridor, and a sentence that circles back in my head when the house is quiet. "You can't do that here," she said, as if there were a place where it would be allowed. As if somewhere there is a room where those four can walk in and walk out again with what they came for, and no one will stop them, and no one will make a report. I try not to think about that place. I try, in the dark when my wife is asleep, to think about the night before. Porch lights. Laughter. Leaves stuck to shoes. A small hand reaching up without looking because he knew where I would be. A tail dragging lightly across the sidewalk. A voice saying, "Thank you," again and again through a black mesh mouth. A dragon who belonged everywhere he went. I had never set foot in an internet cafe before that night. The place sat between a failing Irish pub and a dusty antique shop, a thin strip of buzzing lights and old white computers that looked like they belonged in a museum. I wouldn't have gone in if I'd had any other choice. My laptop died on the worst weekend possible, the one before a big college essay was due. Every fix I tried failed. No one could lend me a computer. The library was out of loaners. I dragged myself to the only spot still open late enough to give me a few hours of work, even if it meant writing in a room that smelled like old pizza and floor cleaner. It was almost empty when I walked in. The ceiling lights were dim, more yellow than white, and hummed like bugs. The carpet was thin and patched with duct tape. A handful of old posters for games I didn't recognize curled off the walls. Somewhere in the room a fan rattled every few seconds, then settled, then rattled again. One guy sat in the far left row, hunched over a monitor like he was trying to crawl into it. He didn't look up when the door chimed. I picked a seat all the way in the back by the wall, dropped my backpack, and told myself I would type for an hour, get a full page done, and get out. Once I started typing, I didn't stop. The room faded. The smell faded. My fingers found a rhythm and the words filled the screen. I wasn't writing anything amazing, but the lines came, one after another. When I finally leaned back and stretched my hands, my chair squealed loud in the quiet. I looked up at the clock on the wall. It was later than I had planned. The light above me felt even weaker than before, like the bulbs were tired too. I got up to shake the stiffness out of my legs. I don't believe in ghosts, and I don't scare easy, But that place made me feel like a lone guest in a closed store. I walked the aisles to keep from opening a new tab and wasting 20 minutes. That's when I noticed the guy who had been there earlier was gone. No sound of typing. No chair scraping. The row where he'd been sitting glowed faintly against the wall behind it, like a screen was still awake. I wandered down the row he had used. Most of the monitors had gone to sleep. The glow came from the very last station, but it wasn't a cafe machine. It was a laptop, open and running, set down behind the row like someone had been hiding it from view. It was a nice one, thin, dark, the kind people buy when they want both power and style. It seemed heavier than it should have been, like it was inside a black shell. No sticker. No tape with a name on it. The screen showed a plain gray desktop with a scatter of odd icons I didn't recognize. There was no Chrome or Edge or anything familiar. Two things were minimized at the bottom, a small text window and something with a square outline for its icon. I stood there for a full minute, fighting with myself. I am curious by nature, and I make bad choices when I'm bored. But I also know better than to poke around in a stranger's things. I told myself it wasn't worth it. I actually said the words out loud. Not worth it. I started to turn away. A voice said, "Hello?" It sounded like a woman. Thin, scared, too clear to be a TV or a radio. I froze. I was alone in the aisle. The voice came again, a little louder. "Please talk to me." That same small voice, like a person calling from behind a door. My hands moved before my head caught up. I tilted the screen and clicked the square icon window. It opened to a browser I had never used before. The top said, Tor. I'd heard the name. I didn't know how it worked. Several tabs were open. I clicked through them quickly. One had a list of strange links with no explanation. Another was full of text that used an alphabet I couldn't read and small pictures of people's faces. A third tab listed names in 3 long columns, first names and last, some that seemed common, some I had never seen. The last tab made my breath catch. It was a live video. The picture was dark and grainy, but I could make out a small room with bare walls and no windows. There was no furniture, no carpet, nothing soft. A woman sat on the floor in the middle of the space. She was chained to the ground. The chains ran to a heavy metal ring. Her hair was tangled. Her shoulders were thin. She was breathing hard, like she had been crying for a long time. As I watched, she turned her head quick, like she heard something. I looked up, half expecting to see a webcam on the laptop smiling at me, but a strip of black tape covered the camera. I forgot everything. I spoke without planning it. "Hi! Can you hear me?" The woman whipped her head toward the camera. She stared like she was trying to see through the lens. Then she started to cry and talk at the same time. Words poured out, too fast, too full of panic to understand at first. She begged me to help her. She told me to call the police. She said, "Please," so many times it broke the word into pieces. I opened my mouth to answer, but the door at the edge of the frame banged open and a man walked in. He was big and moved like he knew exactly what he was about to do. He kicked and hit without saying anything. I slammed the laptop shut. The room around me came back like a slap. I felt sick and jumpy. I had the urge to run and the urge to throw up. I grabbed the laptop without thinking, shoved it deep in my backpack, saved my work on the cafe computer to my USB, and got out of there fast. The night air felt wrong. Everything felt too bright and too sharp. I went 2 blocks down to a coffee shop I knew stayed open late on weekends. It was almost empty, just one barista wiping the counter and a couple in the corner whispering over their drinks. I sat at a small table with a view of the door. I took out the laptop and stared at it like it might bite. My phone lay beside it, and I typed 911 into the keypad and kept my finger hovering over the call button. My hands were shaking. I told myself I would open it, see what was on the screen, and call. A part of me hoped for a password prompt so the decision would be made for me. There wasn't a password. The screen woke up to the same gray desktop and then went right back to the stream. The woman lay on her side now, breathing shallow. She had new marks on her face. One arm bent in a way it shouldn't. I plugged in my headphones so the room wouldn't hear her, and I talked fast, trying to get some control. "My name is Alex," I said. "I'm in the south part of the city. I'm going to call the police. Do you know where you are?" She lifted her head a little. Her voice was thin. "Call. Please call." She looked around her like she was trying to remember the shape of the world. "I don't know where this is." I pressed call. The phone rang. I didn't blink. I didn't look away from the laptop. I formed sentences in my head. Then a voice picked up. It didn't ask me what my emergency was. It said, "Hello?" in a flat, machine-like tone. "I need to report." I started, but the same voice cut me off. "Hello?" it said again, same tone, same empty sound. Then it said, "Hello? Alex." The text Alex? I pulled the phone away from my ear and stared at it. I hadn't dialed 911. The screen showed a long number from an area code I didn't know. I hung up hard. I typed 911 again, carefully, and hit call. The same long number appeared. The same robotic line pulsed in my ear. I dropped the phone into my lap. I couldn't feel my hands. I remembered the minimized text window. I clicked it. It wasn't a chat. It was a single line of text. An address. The woman's voice in my headphones reached up into my head and shook it. She was crying again, asking what I was doing and if I had left. I couldn't answer. I stared at the address until the numbers blurred and my throat felt tight. Whoever this belonged to knew my name. They had made my phone call the wrong number. They had typed me an address like they were giving me instructions. I couldn't stop thinking about how easy it would be for people who live on the internet to reach into someone's life and twist it. I shut the laptop and stood so fast my chair bumped the table. I put the computer down on the small square of wood and left it there. I grabbed my bag. I went up to the counter and asked the barista if I could use the store phone. He looked at me like he recognized the same panic he had probably seen in customers before, and for a second I thought he might help. Then he smiled in a tired way and said, "No phones." His voice didn't match his face. It didn't match the room either. It sounded like a line an actor would say without knowing what it meant. I backed away and realized he was not the same person who had been behind the counter when I walked in. The guy I had seen earlier had a beard and a tattoo on his forearm. This one was older, his hair cut too short on the sides, his eyes wrong for a coffee shop job. I looked down at his shoes by habit. They were clean, too clean, like he had put them on for a part. I didn't argue. I went out into the night and kept moving. I didn't take the direct route to the subway. I went around the block, then across and back, in case someone followed me. The station I chose was farther than the one closest to the cafe, but I didn't care. I wanted to be moving, to hear the sound of the train and feel the rush of air. The platform was empty except for a man talking into a brown paper bag like it could answer him. He wore layers of clothes that didn't belong together. He laughed once, too loud, and I moved farther down. When the train came, I got into a car with no one in it. I sat near the door and stared out the window at the black tunnels. I kept my backpack on my lap. I tried calls and texts again, to my parents, to a friend, to anyone. Nothing went through. The messages sat there with small gray circles. The calls went to that same long number. I put the phone away and told myself I would get off at the next stop, go up to the street, and find an open store with a person in it, any person, even a clerk in a gas station. I rehearsed what I would say without telling the full story, because the full story sounded impossible. I didn't hear the laptop being set down. 1 second the seat in front of me was empty. The next, the laptop sat there open, screen black. The drunk man near the other end of the car stood up and stepped out into the next car without looking at me. I stared at the computer and imagined throwing it against the wall. Instead, I reached across and pulled it toward me like I had no control over my hands. The screen woke to the stream. The woman was worse. Hair lay in clumps around her. Blood ran in thin lines that had dried and then been wet again. Her top was soaked dark in places. It took me too long to understand what I was seeing, and then I understood all at once. Her feet were gone. Not hidden. Gone. I saw them behind her in the frame, thrown down like they were nothing. I covered my mouth. Tears came without warning. I tried to swallow my breath so I wouldn't make a sound. She heard me anyway. She tried to push herself up, and the small movement looked like it cost her everything. "Please," she said, and it sounded like the word hurt. "Please." "I'm going to try," I told her. I meant it when I said it, even if I didn't know how. I pulled open the text box again, because I'm the kind of person who needs to see the shape of a trap to believe it. A second line had been added under the address. It said, "You are stuck, Alex." The train stopped with a hard squeal. The lights above my head flickered and came back. The doors slid open. We weren't at a regular stop. No voice announced the station name. No map lit up. The doors stayed open like a mouth. I stood. I looked at the laptop. The woman cried in my ears. I didn't take the computer with me. I stepped onto the platform. The air felt cooler here, like the system around me had gone to sleep. There were no posters in the frames. The maps had been taken out of their glass and left blank rectangles. The light was half what it should have been. The train didn't leave. It waited like it wanted to see what I would do. I headed for the stairs because there was nowhere else to go. The street above didn't look like any part of downtown I knew. The buildings were industrial blocks with dark windows. Some had doors welded shut. Others had boards over them. Street signs were missing or bent so the names couldn't be read. The city sounds I'm used to, the constant hum of cars, people talking, a TV in a window, were gone. I walked toward the nearest working street lamp so I could get my bearings. A set of large metal doors across the street caught my eye. Numbers were painted in white across them, big and bold. I didn't want to walk closer. I didn't want to believe it. But from where I stood, the numbers looked like the ones from the text. They were in the same order, sat on the same shape of building, like the message had jumped from a screen to the real world. A cold feeling went through me that had nothing to do with the air. I heard something faint. I thought it was the wind at first. I listened harder. It wasn't the wind. It was a scream. It came from ahead, not from a speaker, but from the space in front of me. The voice was the same as the one in my headphones. It was the woman. I didn't go toward the sound. I ran the other way. I don't write that to paint myself as a hero or a coward. I write it because it's what I did. I ran down a street with no names. I turned when I reached a corner not because I knew the area but because the corner was there. My heart pounded in my throat. Twice I looked back and thought I saw someone across an intersection watching me, but when I looked again the shape was gone. I didn't stop until the buildings changed from empty to full, from broken windows to lit ones. I typed some of this while hiding behind a dumpster because I didn't want to be on a sidewalk under a light. It felt like the kind of night where lights didn't help. I picked a long route home so I didn't have to pass the same block twice. I think the only reason I didn't collapse is because the need to be inside a door I could lock was stronger than my legs were tired. I told myself that if I could reach my building in my bed, all of this would shrink into something I could handle in daylight. At last I reached my street. The front desk person looked at me in a way I couldn't read, like he had seen me come in at odd hours before and none of those hours had looked like this one. I told him to call the police. He asked me why. I opened my mouth and then closed it again because I had no good answer. I could picture the faces of officers hearing me say, "There was a laptop in a cafe and a woman in a room and a man on a train and a number on a door." The desk person kept looking at me with an expression that didn't change. I said never mind and went to the elevator. My door was locked. The windows were closed. The apartment looked the same at first glance. The lights came on. My hands relaxed just enough for me to think I had made it through the worst of it. Then I saw my bed. The laptop sat on my pillow, open and set up like someone had placed it carefully. The screen glowed. The stream ran. The woman lay in the same room as before, but worse. Her eyes were bandaged, or maybe not bandaged. I didn't look long enough to decide. Blood had dried in dark stripes. My stomach turned over and I ran to the bathroom and threw up until there was nothing left. I came back and sat on the floor because my legs didn't want to stand. I didn't touch the text box. I didn't try another call because I had tried too many and none had worked. Messages to my parents sat unsent in a line. Calls failed before they connected. The old landline my landlord insisted on keeping for emergencies only gave a flat beep. The laptop speakers remained quiet because my headphones were still in my pocket. I could hear the woman anyway. I could hear her through the bones of the room. I don't know what the rules are for something like this. I don't know who I would ask. I keep replaying the night to see which part was the last normal moment. Was it when I typed my first paragraph? Was it when I told myself not to touch the laptop and then did? Was it when I picked it up and left the cafe instead of leaving it there? I want to believe there was a door at some point that I could have closed. I also think maybe the door opened long before I knew where I was going. There was a sound from the living room, a heavy dragging, like someone moving a rolled carpet across the floor. Then the soft click of something touching the doorknob to my bedroom. I pushed my dresser in front of the door because I couldn't think of anything else to do. It isn't a heavy dresser. The lock on the knob is the kind small keys open. I know none of that matters to people who want to get through. But my hands had to move, so I moved them. I am writing this because it is the only thing that works. Every other way to call for help fails. I don't know if these words will leave this room when I'm done. Maybe they will sit in a folder and blink like my messages. Maybe someone will find them. Maybe no one will. I am writing anyway. I think about how many small choices I made. Going to the cafe. Taking the back table. Standing up to stretch. Seeing a glow. Leaning over a laptop that wasn't mine. I think about the voice that said, "No phones," and how it didn't fit in a coffee shop. I think about the man on the train and the way the laptop slid into place like it belonged to the seat. I think about the address on the metal doors. I hear the woman saying the same thing in my head over and over. They like to play games. She told me, in a voice that sounded like it hurt to use. She said it right before the big man came back and she went quiet. I pulled the battery out of the laptop. The screen went black. I hit it with the base of my lamp because I didn't know what else to do with my hands. The sound that made was loud in the small room, a clean crack that made the space feel wrong. It didn't change the feeling that the stream would turn on again at any moment. It didn't soften the other sounds either. The dragging. The knob turning a little, then stopping, then turning again like someone was patient and had all the time they needed. I don't think I am brave. I don't think I am cowardly either. I am a person who made a choice and then another until I walked into a story I don't know how to leave. I want to walk it back to the part where I stayed in my chair and typed. I want to pull the door of the cafe closed and stay in the bright white of my Word document. I want to forget the address and the warehouse and the scream that travels without wires. The knob is moving again. The dresser shifts a little each time it turns, a scrape against the wood floor that is small but sure. Something heavy brushes the other side of the door. The air in the room feels thicker. I keep thinking if I write fast enough I can finish before the door opens, as if finishing matters to anyone but me. I keep thinking if I stop, I will hear something I don't want to hear. If you ever find this, I don't know what part of it you will believe. It sounds like a dare written by a bored kid. It sounds like a scare story told to keep people from doing dumb things. I am both of those, bored and dumb, but that does not make the night less real. I wish this was a trick to scare freshmen. I wish this was a bad dream I could tell my friends about over greasy breakfast eggs. I wish this was anything other than my last hour in a quiet room. The knob turns again. The dresser moves a little more. My hands are sweating on the keys. I can taste metal in my mouth like I have been holding a penny under my tongue. The laptop on the bed is dark and broken, but it feels like it's watching anyway, like the camera works both ways even with tape over it, even with the screen cracked. I keep hearing her last words, small and clear. They like to play games. Whoever they are, they set the rules, and following or breaking them seems to lead to the same place. I wish I could tell you how to win. I wish I could say, don't pick up the laptop. And that would be enough. I wish I could say, don't go to the cafe. Or, don't take the train. And none of this would be set up for you. But I think the people who play these games don't start with laptops and cafes. They start with people like me, and maybe like you, the ones who think they don't scare easy, the ones who believe they will know a trap when they see it. We don't. There is a soft tap against the door, once, like knuckles, polite. Then the knob stops moving. The drag on the floor stops. The silence after is worse. It feels like the moment at the top of a roller coaster just before the drop, when the car clicks one last time and the whole world holds its breath. I can't tell if I am the one breathing loud or if it's the room. I can't tell if the sound I hear is the elevator down the hall or feet. The building makes a new noise when you listen for it. Pipes knock. Someone in another apartment coughs. The fridge clicks. None of those sound like what I expect to hear next. There isn't anything else to write that would make sense. I can't make the truth kinder by choosing better words. If you are the kind of person who follows a voice because it asks, be careful. If you are the kind who looks when you should walk away, make yourself walk. If you ever see an address typed where no one should know your name, don't go near it. If a stranger tells you there are no phones, do not argue. Turn around. I keep looking at my door like it will answer a question I am too afraid to ask out loud. The last thing I will put here is a simple sentence, because simple is the only way to say it. I think my life is in danger. I can hear someone on the other side of the door. The lock on it is small. The dresser is light. The night is very long. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. My friend bought a foreclosed house at the end of a quiet street, the kind of place that looks tired even on a bright day. I went over to help him clean out what the previous owner had left behind. In the attic, behind dusty boxes and a broken fan, we found a small cardboard carton full of spiral notebooks. The first page of the first notebook had a name written in a shaky hand, Alan. I sat down on the attic floor where the dust lay in a soft layer and started to read. At the beginning, the notebooks felt like a simple diary. He wrote about what he ate. He wrote when his sister dropped off groceries. He wrote about shows he watched and the small routines he used to get through each day. He also wrote about why he never stepped outside. Alan had agoraphobia, and not the mild kind. The outside world felt like a trap to him. He had not walked out the door in months. His sister, and did all of his errands. His therapist, Mary, visited him at home because he could not bring himself to go to her office. He wrote as if he was talking to himself, calm and a little embarrassed, like a man who knew his fears sounded strange but could not make it stop. The later pages took a turn. He started to write about sounds in the attic, doors that moved on their own, footsteps that followed him down the hall. He described a tall figure at his bedroom door with yellow eyes. By the second notebook, it felt like the house he trusted had turned against him. I decided to type everything in my own words to make it easier to read straight through. I have kept close to what he said, but I have smoothed the language so it is easier to follow. He wrote that he tried to be brave in early May. He promised his therapist he would try to stand outside for 1 minute. He threw up twice before he even unlocked the back door. He stood with the screen door closed and the solid door cracked, breathing too fast, trying to slow down. He held the handle and stared at the steps and the small square of concrete behind his house. After a long time, he opened the screen door and put one foot onto the porch. He felt dread spread through his body, like cold water. He set his second foot down. His hands shook. The screen door clicked shut behind him with a soft spring sound, and that tiny noise shocked him so much that he spun around. He grabbed for the handle of the main door. The door slammed with a dull thud. He did not know if the wind pushed it or his panicked hands did, but when he turned the knob, it did not move. His breathing sped up. He tried again. Nothing. He said he felt like a fish flopping on a dock. The world dimmed. He dropped to the porch and passed out. When he woke up, the door stood open like nothing had happened. He rushed inside, shut it, and locked it as fast as he could. He sat on the floor with his back against the door and waited for his sister to bring groceries. He doubted he would sleep that night. He felt foolish and also certain that he had used up whatever courage he had. His birthday came in June. His sister brought cake. It was one of the few cheerful notes in the early pages. He said he missed the outside world a little, small pieces of it, like talking to people on his birthday or feeling sunlight on the sidewalk, but not enough to think about returning. After and left, he went into the bathroom. Someone had written, "Happy Birthday," on the mirror in red lipstick. It did not seem like a thing his sister would do. He called her. She said she had no idea what he was talking about. He told the notebook he was sure she was joking, just trying to be funny. He let that story sit there without pushing it further. Halloween was worse. In his neighborhood, people who wanted to hand out candy left their porch lights on, and people who did not want to join turned their lights off. Alan always turned off his lights. He hated the doorbell and the shouting. He said kids ignored the rule and banged on his door anyway. They also yelled at his windows when they saw his lamps on inside, and they mocked him. He stayed quiet behind the couch until it stopped. That same night, after midnight, he woke to the sound of footsteps above him. His attic had a pull-down ladder that could only be opened from below, so footsteps up there did not make sense. He reached into his bedside drawer and took out the small pistol he kept for emergencies. He walked around his house in bare feet, checking the front door, the back door, and every window. All of them were locked the way he had left them. He looked up at the attic hatch. It was closed and latched. The steps stopped. He told himself it was probably an animal, or the house settling. He went back to bed. He laid on his back and stared at the ceiling. Then he heard steady steps cross the attic, slow and even, until they stopped right over his bed. He lay there and counted the seconds until sleep took him again. He woke late the next morning. His alarm clock was unplugged from the wall. He said he did not unplug it and could not explain how it had happened. He made his way to the kitchen. As he walked from room to room, he heard footsteps behind him. When he turned around, there was no one there. When he walked again, they sounded behind him again. It happened 3 times. He started to doubt himself. He wrote that he wondered if he was going crazy. He also wrote that the sound felt so real he could not ignore it. He decided to go up to the attic. He pulled down the ladder and climbed into the warm, dusty space. He expected to find a raccoon or a nest or some obvious cause. He found something else. Boxes had been opened. His things were not scattered, not broken. They were laid out beside their boxes in neat groupings, like someone had been sorting them. He stood there for a long time. Then the attic ladder moved under him. It shot up into the ceiling. The hatch slammed and latched. He was trapped. He heard footsteps below, then quick steps running away. He also heard a faint laugh. He grabbed his phone and called the police. They had to break the front door to get in. An officer pulled the hatch down and helped him climb down. He walked through the house with them. Nothing was missing. No windows were broken. No doors were open. There was no sign of entry. He felt embarrassed and scared all at once. For the next week, the footsteps came every night. He wrote that they started sometime around 11 and went on and off until dawn. He would hear them cross the attic and pause over his bed. In the daytime he would sometimes hear them a step behind him as he moved around the rooms. One night his fear broke, and he shouted up at the ceiling to stop. The noise stopped at once. That made him feel stronger for a moment, though it did not help him sleep. He lay there waiting for the next sound. In early December, the footsteps stopped for a while. He slept like a person who had been holding his breath for months and had finally exhaled. He wrote, "I feel good today. I feel optimistic." That sentence stood alone. A week later, he woke in the darkness and saw a shape in the doorway of his bedroom. The figure was tall, so tall that the top of its head was hidden by the frame, and it had yellow eyes that seemed to catch light even in the dark. It held the door frame with both hands and breathed slowly, loudly, in and out. It did not speak. It did not step forward. It did not turn away. He stared and tried not to blink. After what he thought was an hour, the figure turned and walked down the hall. 2 minutes later he heard the steady sound of steps cross the attic, stop above the bed, and go quiet. He cried when it was over. In the morning he tried to tell himself it had been a nightmare. It returned in the new year, and this time it came into the room. The moonlight brightened half the space. He could see the long, stringy hair and the slack mouth. He saw the lower jaw hang too far, like it had slipped loose. The teeth looked rotted. The breath smelled bad enough to make his eyes water. The clothes looked like old shirts from his attic. The figure stood halfway between the door and the bed and stared at him. He tried to say something and could not. He watched the creature's eyebrows rise into a flat, angry look, like someone arranging a mask. It held that expression so long he felt sick. At last it turned and left. He heard it cross the attic and stand still above him again. After that, it came every night. He stopped sleeping in his bedroom and moved to the couch. It found him there too. If he went to the hallway, it stood at the arch. If he hid in the bathroom, it breathed on the other side of the door. One night he asked his sister to sleep over. She did. Nothing happened while she was there. He felt foolish and even more alone. He wrote a page that said the same sentence over and over again. He said he had to leave the house. Then he said he could not leave the house. He repeated the two thoughts until the lines ran together. In late February he wrote about something different. He went to the bathroom at night, and when he stepped back out, the hallway light bulb popped and showered him with tiny bits of glass. A dining chair slid from the living room across the hall and crashed into the kitchen. He hid in the bathtub with the light on. In the morning, the kitchen floor was covered in splinters. He started to clean. All the cabinet doors swung open. Plates slid out and smashed on the floor. He said his breath shortened, his hands tingled, and his heart pounded, and then he woke up on the living room carpet with no memory of lying down. He thought the thing in the house had moved him like a doll. He kept writing. I don't know if I'm going crazy or if this is real. A week later things got stranger. He saw people walk past his windows, back and forth, as if they were on a loop. They had the same yellow eyes as the figure. Their jaws sagged in the same strange way. They did not knock or call out. They paced for hours. Then they stopped, two at each window. They stared inside until the sun came up. Then they walked away. The creature inside stayed quiet in the attic that night, as if it was resting. Alan said his television turned on by itself, even after he unplugged it. Every time it switched on, it showed the same news channel he had been watching, stayed on for a few seconds, then shut off. He stood by the front door for 4 hours that day, trying to convince himself to go out. He could not. He wrote, I will die in this house. A few days after that, the house filled with a low humming. He woke on the couch to the sound of many voices holding a single tone. He went to the hallway and looked toward the living room, and he felt bodies in the dark, standing shoulder to shoulder, from the front door to the bedroom door. He could not see faces. He could hear the sound in his chest. They hummed for 2 hours. Then the sound died like someone turned down a dial. When he checked the next morning, there were no footprints and no marks on the doors. He tried to make the house safer. He hammered boards over his windows. He put a deadbolt on the back door and slid a heavy piece of wood across the inside. He screwed a plywood panel across the attic opening. The boards muffled the noise and dimmed the light, but the thing kept coming. He began to sleep during the day and stay up at night because it made him feel more prepared. He kept a can of air freshener on the coffee table to cover the smell that sometimes drifted down from the ceiling. His therapist told him to try to look for the first time he felt this kind of fear. He thought back to a dream he had as a boy. In the dream he was in his childhood home in the dark. He knew the layout of the rooms but could not see anything. The walls felt sticky. The slime clung to his fingers when he touched the paint and did not wipe clean. He found the door to the enclosed porch and stepped into a deeper black. Slowly, pairs of yellow eyes opened in the air in front of him, one by one, until there were dozens. When he realized what he was seeing, he tried to go back inside, but he could not find a way. The walls softened and buckled like wet clay and collapsed. He woke up every time before the eyes reached him. He wrote that maybe the eyes and the stickiness had followed him into his life. On the 4th of July, he wrote about hope. He said that deep down, he knew he was imagining this. His therapist said it. His sister said it. He wanted to agree. He also wanted to sleep for more than an hour without waking and staring at the doorway. That night only one visitor came. It stood at the edge of the room and stared, then walked forward, inch by inch. He told himself it was not real and squeezed his eyes shut. He felt a finger line down his forearm, slow and firm. The touch was wet and left a heavy, sticky trail. He opened his eyes. Nothing stood in front of him. He looked at his arm. A dark, narrow stripe ran from elbow to wrist, caking his hair. It smelled sour and rotten, like damp earth mixed with something burned. He could not bring himself to get up and wash it. He slept 5 full hours for the first time in months. He woke and the line had dried into a hard, flaking crust. He scratched at it. The room filled with a smell so strong he ran to the bathroom and threw up. He wrote, "I have to leave this house today." 2 days later he tried. He stood in front of the door for a long time. He opened it a crack. Bright sun fell across the floor. Cool air slid in. He opened it wider and heard a slow breath just outside. He leaned his head out and saw the face in full daylight. The skin looked wet. Strings of black muck hung from the hair and chin. The smell blasted in. His stomach turned. He slammed the door and fell to the floor. He lay there for the better part of 2 days without eating or sleeping, too drained to sit up. He wrote, "I am not safe anywhere. Inside or outside." He got up at night with a small surge of angry courage. He took a broom and jabbed the ceiling of the kitchen 3 times. From above, 3 soft taps answered in the same pattern. He did it again. Another 3 taps. He shoved the broom hard into the plaster. The reply shook the house. Something slammed above him. The outer glass on the board-covered kitchen window shattered and rained down, even though the boards stayed in place. The ceiling light pulled loose and fell, glass exploding across the floor. Plates near the sink slid off the counter and broke. The racket was so loud he froze and then dropped to the floor again. He woke up there later, face pressed into the carpet, lights still on, ears ringing. After that, the figure spoke. It came down from the attic and stood in the doorway and said, "Don't sleep." It said he was not allowed to sleep. He wrote that he would try to stay awake as long as he could, that he felt like he had to obey, because the door, the windows, the attic, all of it, belonged to the thing now. His next page was short and scrambled, a mess of words like, "awake," and "why me," and "not fair," and then he wrote no more the rest of that night. The day after that, he said his body forced him to sleep for more than a day. He woke with both feet covered in black crust. The skin stung. He soaked his feet in the tub to get it off. The drain clogged with flakes of the stuff. The heaviness stayed. He said it felt like he was walking with bricks tied to his ankles. He dragged himself from room to room. At this point the creature's visits changed. It came down and stood over him, and did not hide in the doorway. He asked what it wanted. It stared and said one word. "Hungry." He asked why the others had stopped walking past the windows and humming in his hall. The thing said, "You are mine, not theirs. Now they know." It stepped back. A puddle of black muck spread from its foot and crept across the floor. It reached his bare feet, bubbled up, and burst. The muck splashed up to his face, into his mouth, over his shirt. He gagged and tried to wipe it away. The smell made him dizzy. The thing turned and left. He spent the next day and night vomiting black slime every hour. He said he did not know where it was coming from inside him. He lost 36 pounds in less than a week. He felt dry and hollow. The creature returned and dragged a thick stripe across his skin with a finger. When the stripe dried, Alan chipped it away. Sometimes a layer of skin peeled off with it. The creature came back and collected the flakes and the small bits of skin like it was gathering crumbs from a table. He wrote that his forehead started to burn and look infected. It was hard for him to keep up with cleaning himself and the house. He carried a small bucket to use as a toilet because the trip to the bathroom hurt his feet too much. His sister brought a doctor to check his arm and forehead. The doctor told him he needed psychiatric help. He said that if people could only see what he saw, they would understand. He tried the front door again. When he opened it a crack, the creature pushed hard, the door banged into him, and he fell backward. It stood over him and said he must stop seeing his sister or it would send friends to her. As he lay there, it drew a thick line of muck across his forehead. When he chipped it off later, it took almost all the skin with it. His entries grew shorter and more tired. He wrote that he dragged his feet like weights. He wrote about the sound of the attic floor creaking in step with him. He said it was the first time he had ever wanted the creature to come down, because he wanted to ask it to take the heaviness out of his legs. He felt ashamed as he wrote that line, ashamed that he would ask for help from the thing that hurt him. It came again and walked into the living room. He tried to breathe through his mouth to avoid the smell. He asked it why it needed his skin. It did not answer his question. It stared, then let a fresh puddle spread from its feet, as if to remind him how this worked. He wrote that he had gotten used to the smell, which only made him feel worse. He slept in short shifts. He kept the air freshener on the table, and used it so much his sister had teased him about how many cans he went through. He wrote, "She's the crazy one," in a bitter little line, then crossed it out and wrote, "This is not her fault." By early September, the skin on his left arm and hand was gone up to the elbow. He wrapped it in gauze after a doctor friend of his sister's came by, but the gauze got sticky and hard, and he stopped changing it because it hurt. A week later, when he touched his forehead, his fingers came away damp and warm. He said the wound smelled sweet and sick, like fruit left in the sun. He wrote that he should go to the hospital. Then he wrote that he couldn't. He tried the door again, and could not get himself to open it. At the end of the month, he said he looked down at his body and hardly recognized it. The skin on his face, his chest, both arms, and his hands was gone. He wrote that he could feel the air move over him when he walked. He wrote that his shoulders felt like fire. He said he could not live like that anymore. He wrote a long goodbye. He thanked his therapist for trying to help. He apologized to his sister for never being able to show her what he had seen. He told the future person who might live in the house that he was sorry. He said, "He told me it will be quick tonight." He said, "I'm done being haunted." Those were the last lines in the last notebook. There was no neat ending, only the page itself, stuck to the back cover with something black and brittle that flaked off when I touched it. It had a smell. I closed the book and sat there for a while in the attic, listening to the house click and settle, telling myself that every house makes noises, that wood swells and nails pop and AC vents tick, that my friend and I had looked everywhere and found no one. We checked the windows. The boards matched what Alan wrote. The outer glass on the kitchen window was broken under the boards, and the dust in the cracks looked old. There were piles of junk in the kitchen, and some plates were broken in the back of a cabinet. The ceiling light in the front bedroom hung at an odd angle. My friend made a joke about ghosts of bad contractors and then fell quiet. I wiped my fingers on my jeans. The smell of the dry black stuff stayed too long on my hand. That night my friend moved a mattress into a back room and said he would sleep there instead of at his apartment. He texted me after dark to say the power company had turned on the electricity. He said the house was more quiet than he expected. He sent a thumbs up. I told him not to spook himself. It was only a house. I sat up late scrolling on my phone. Around midnight my phone buzzed again. It was a short message from him. He wrote, "Dude, not even kidding, there are footsteps in the attic." I called him, but his phone went straight to voicemail. I told myself he was playing with me. I told myself his battery had died. I told myself anything I could, because the only other thought I had was the one I did not want to keep in my head. In the days that followed, I went back to help him finish cleaning. He said the first night had been fine. He said he had sent the text to mess with me. He said the noise was probably the boards cooling down or an animal walking along the roof. He said a lot of practical things, and I nodded along. I did not mention that the attic ladder had a new padlock through the latch even though no one had brought a lock up there. Maybe the bank had put it there after the house was foreclosed. Maybe my friend had done it and forgot to say so. I kept telling myself there was always a simple reason. I thought often about Alan's first line, the one where he said he liked the quiet. He really believed his home was the only safe place he had left. Then his safe place turned strange, and he was stuck. He wrote over and over that he wanted to leave and could not. He wrote it so many times it turned into a hum. It was still there under the words even when the story was almost done. He was a man at a door touching the handle, breathing slow, telling himself to try, and hearing his own fear answer from the other side. I don't know what happened to Alan after the last page. The bank records my friend found said the place was empty for a while and then taken back. There was no newspaper article tucked between the notebooks. There was no simple clue that explained everything. The only thing I can say for sure is this: the notebooks felt like someone trying to talk through a locked door. When I put them back in the attic box, the air smelled like old paper and dust and something else I did not want to name. I closed the lid and set it behind a stack of cracked frames and a broken fan, the same way we had found it, as if that could put the story back where it belonged. I still checked my phone late at night for texts from my friend. I still half expect one that says he hears footsteps. I still half expect him to pick up when I call and laugh and say he made it up. I prefer that ending even if it is not true. When I was 7, my mother and I moved to a small town in Massachusetts, and into a cottage that looked like it had been waiting for us a long time. The day we arrived, the air smelled like wet leaves and chimney smoke, and the woods behind the house were a deep, steady green that felt older than the road, older than anything. My father had left a few weeks before. Mom said he'd taken a better job somewhere else, that he still loved me, that grown-up things were complicated. I nodded, because 7-year-olds can tell when a story has an ending they're not going to get. The cottage had 2 small bedrooms, a low porch that clicked under your feet, and a narrow path through the trees that led almost straight to the school. Mom kept saying how lucky we were to find it, how it had good bones, how the light in the kitchen felt kind. I liked the light, and the smell of the pine cabinets, and the way the path showed itself like a brown ribbon between the trunks, but I still felt like a guest walking through someone else's house. School was set to start for me on October 25th, the week of Halloween. That made the air feel like it had more in it, more chill, more excitement, more of that feeling you get right before something happens. I told Mom I wanted to walk to school by myself. She studied my face, thinking, then pointed at the woods with her chin. "Okay," she said. "As long as we walk the path together each evening before school starts, and you promise to stay on the trail." We practiced the route after dinner every night for 4 nights. We'd step from our yard into the trees and the world would go quiet and close. The path was soft with pine needles, dotted with patches of old sun. If we went at dusk the light turned thin and gold and the mosquitoes came out, but somehow that made me like it more. Mom told me we used to have family out this way a long time ago. She said it like it was a secret she was letting me in on. "Can you believe this place was still available?" she asked the first evening, when the cottage looked like a little square of warm light in the dim. I shrugged, because I didn't want to admit that I liked the house as much as she did. When she smiled, I could see tired places in the corners of her mouth. Even then I understood that she was pushing a heavy cart up a hill and pretending it wasn't heavy for my sake. I hoped I had some of her strength in me. On the morning of my first day, she made pancakes and sat at the table while I ate, her hands cupped around a mug. "You'll make friends here," she said softly. "I have a good feeling." I wanted to believe her, so I said I did. I put on my jacket, and she stood in the doorway watching me head for the trail, one arm braced against the door jamb like she had to steady herself. I followed the path like we practiced. The forest felt different walking alone, but not bad. It had a sound to it, twigs giving under my sneakers, one bird calling and then another, a branch making that whispering sound as it rubbed against another branch. The school sat at the far edge of the trees. A tall teacher with thick glasses held the door and said my name slowly so I would know he'd learned it. Inside, the classroom was bright and smelled like crayons. There were 10 other kids, and they were bubbled up with Halloween talk, masks and capes and arguments about the best candy. No one was mean, they were just busy with their plans and their friends. I sat where the teacher pointed and kept my hands folded, listening to his voice wash over the room as he listed out what the year might be like. There was one girl who noticed me. She sat a couple rows back from the rest, like she was orbiting the group rather than inside of it. She had brown hair, glasses, and a careful way of smiling that made it feel like a gift when she did. When our eyes met, she smiled all the way, and I did my best to smile back, but my face didn't seem to know how to work right under her gaze. After that I spent the rest of the morning trying to look like I was paying attention while thinking about the girl with glasses. The clock was very slow until 3. At the final bell I grabbed my backpack and hurried outside. The path was waiting like always. I was already imagining telling Mom about the girl when I caught my toe on something and went down hard. My knee burned where it scraped. I sat up fast, more worried about who might have seen than about the sting. On the trail behind me lay a crow, the biggest I'd ever seen, glossy black, one wing crooked under it. Something about its eyes made me stop breathing for a second. They were dull and wrong, like buttons sewn on where eyes should have been. "Hello? I know you from school," a voice said. I spun so fast my backpack slid off my shoulder. It was the girl from class. Up close I could see that the frames of her glasses had a tiny chip in the corner. My ears went hot. I got to my feet too quick and made a face like my knee didn't hurt. Yeah?" I said. "I think I saw you too. I'm Jimmy." "I'm Margaret," she said, and her smile was exactly the same as before, careful and warm. We walked together. It felt easier than any talking I'd managed in a long time. She told me her family had lived in town for some time, which sounded like a grown-up way to say a long time. I told her about our path and how you could see the school from the last bend if you squinted. She said her yard had a path too, and that hers met mine somewhere in the middle. She asked how my leg was, and I said it was fine, even though it stung each time my jeans brushed the scrape. It felt good to say fine and not be lying about everything. When our yard came into view, she stopped just beyond the porch steps and tipped her head toward the house. "Can I see it?" she asked. "You made it sound so nice." My face went hot again. "Sure," I said, trying to sound like I got asked that all the time. I knocked even though it was my own house, and Mom opened the door like she'd been standing right behind it. "Well, you don't waste time making friends, do you, Jim?" she said, her eyebrows up. "Are you going to introduce the young lady or just stand there?" "This is Margaret," I said, all in a rush. "She lives around here and we met at school." "Hello, ma'am," Margaret said, polite and bright. "I wanted to see your house. My family lives here too." She said it like it was a natural, old fact, the way you might say the sky is blue. "Come in, dear," Mom said. "I just finished a batch of cookies." We sat at the kitchen table, the 3 of us, eating warm cookies and talking about nothing and everything. The kitchen always felt like the safest room. Mom asked about school, about the teacher with the glasses, about whether anyone else walked the forest path. The conversation slid toward Halloween, because in October all conversations want to go there. "What are you going as?" Mom asked Margaret. "A witch," she said. "I heard they're scary." "Witches aren't scary," I said too quickly, and then wished I hadn't. Margaret smiled like she'd been teasing to begin with. "Maybe I was going to be a witch," she said, "but my family is out of town this weekend and I don't really." She trailed off and looked down at her hands. I don't really have a place to stay yet. They said I'm too young to go with them. They called my babysitter, but she got sick yesterday and now. You can stay here, Mom said before she could finish. If it's all right with your family, of course. You're welcome to stay the weekend and go trick-or-treating with us. I felt my heart jump. In that moment I knew for certain I had the best mom in the world. What do you think, Jim? She asked, pretending she didn't already know. I think that's a great idea, I said, trying not to grin so hard my face hurt. Mom took Margaret home to meet her people and asked permission. When she came back, she leaned on the counter like she was out of breath, smiling. It went great, she said. Her mother and aunt take care of her. They live in a lovely little cottage down the trail. They invited me in for tea. We talked for quite a while. She paused, watching my face. I do have one question. You have a crush on this girl, correct? Got homework, I said, and stuffed myself into my room so fast that it made her laugh through her nose. That night I tried to sleep. The sound of the forest came through the open window, leaf hiss and a distant owl, a car once in a while out on the road beyond the trees. But I was too wired on the day, on the idea of a friend moving around our kitchen like she belonged there, on the spark of Halloween in the air. I lay on my back watching the square of the window where the sky had gone dark. The ceiling glowed a little in moonlight. I must have drifted, because when my eyes opened again the room looked different. Sharper. Too still. There was a tall man in the corner. For a second my brain tried to turn him into a coat on a chair, a trick of light, a shadow on the wall. Then my eyes focused and the shapes held. Long dark hair falling past his shoulders. A gray beard. A face with deep-set, watchful eyes. He didn't look at me. He looked out the window, unmoving, like he was standing guard over the trees. In his hands he held an axe. The handle was worn as if it had been used a lot. The blade was dark and wide, and a dark stain ran along the edge like a shadow. My heart started beating so hard it made the blanket twitch where it pressed against my chest. I pulled the covers up anyway, as if cotton could hide me. I lay so still my bones ached. When I peeked out again, he hadn't moved. He just stood there, face turned to the night beyond the glass. At some point my body decided to sleep even though the rest of me did not approve, and when morning pried the room open, he was gone. The corner was only a corner. The window was only a window. I ate breakfast without telling Mom what I had seen. The words stuck. I didn't want to put the thing into the bright kitchen air, to give it weight. The next night he was back. And the night after. Always in the same place, at first. Sometimes he would pace once or twice, the way people do when they are thinking hard. His mouth moved once, but I couldn't hear anything. If his lips made words, they didn't come to me. He held the axe like an extension of his arm. Most nights he kept his eyes on the woods. On the night before Halloween, he turned and looked directly at me. His gaze found mine and held. It wasn't angry. It wasn't kind. It was measuring. He set one foot forward like he might step closer. My hands went cold. I slid under the blanket like a rabbit into a burrow, and shook so hard the bed thumped lightly against the wall. I don't know when I slept that time, only that I woke in the morning with my mouth dry and my pillow twisted in my hands. All day at school I meant to tell Margaret. I rehearsed it in my head, how I would say it so it didn't sound like a made-up story or a crazy one. But when we were together, words I meant to say turned into other words. We went from house to house that evening with our bags and our polite, thank you voices, and I kept telling myself, tell her at the next house. But I didn't. She laughed easily. Her witch hat was a little crooked and she kept fixing it with the heel of her hand, which made me smile every time. I wanted the night to stay like that, a simple loop of porch lights and candy bars and leaves underfoot. I didn't know how to set the other thing down in front of her without changing everything. When we got home, Mom had layered the living room with comfort, pillows, a thick blanket on the couch, an extra quilt folded on the floor where I'd sleep. She set our candy on the coffee table and pretended not to be surprised at how much there was. Try not to eat all of it before morning, she said, yawning. She pointed at the hallway. I'll be in there. Wake me if you need anything. We compared candy for a while, trading a peanut butter cup for a caramel, putting the weird taffies in a pile either of us wanted. Outside, the wind began to pick up. It pressed against the glass in slow waves, like the whole house was breathing. I told myself the man had only ever appeared in my room. I told myself the living room was safe because Margaret was here and the couch smelled like my mother's laundry soap. I tucked the thought of the man behind the bigger thought of having a friend fall asleep in the same room. Not long after midnight, the wind pushed hard enough that the old panes rattled. The trees made a sound like surf far away. I lay awake staring at the ceiling. Across from me, I heard Margaret shift on the couch, then lift her head. Jimmy? Are you awake? She whispered. I'm up, I said. It's freezing. Do you have another blanket? The word, yes, was already out of my mouth before my stomach dropped. The spare quilt was in my closet. In my room. I knocked on Mom's door first, hoping the sound would bring her up the way my scraped knee had brought her to me when I was small. The wind had tucked our house inside itself, and the knock was nothing inside that sound. I thought about yelling her name, but the quiet between me and Margaret felt fragile. I didn't want to break it and look small in her eyes. Didn't you say you had a blanket in your room? Margaret asked, her voice soft, almost amused. Yeah, I said, swallowing. I'll get it. I opened my bedroom door slowly. The dark inside felt like water in a lake at night, darker than it should be, unhelpful. I held my breath and ran the way kids run when they have to cross a space that scares them, fast and without looking left or right. My closet door slid open with a small sigh. I dug past winter coats and shoes until I felt the folded bulk of the quilt. Behind me the door clicked shut. The sound landed in me like a drop of ice water. I turned. The room looked the same. No tall man with an axe. Just Margaret, standing between me and the door. Relief washed through me so fast I laughed once, stupid and high. Oh, I said. It's just you. Who were you expecting? She asked, smiling. The boogeyman? Something in her voice didn't sound like her voice. I couldn't have said what was wrong with it. Deeper, maybe, or older. She stepped closer and I saw that she seemed taller than she had in the living room. The room was very dark, yes, but the shape of her looked wrong in a way that had nothing to do with shadows. I could make out the glint of her glasses, except the glint was the wrong color. Not the silver of light on glass, but a dull red, like coals under ash. You shouldn't have let me in, she said. Margaret? I said, and my voice made a thin sound I didn't recognize. This isn't funny. I think it's very funny, she said, and as she stepped closer I saw the edge of a blade in her hand. The moon slid out from behind a cloud and watered the room with light. The figure in front of me was no longer the pretty girl from the trail. The hair was still brown, but lank and stringy. The face was older, creases cut deep in the skin, lips thin and cracked, teeth small and crowded, grinning. The glasses were gone. The eyes were wrong, set too deep and shining from within with that dull red light. Her body had a wrongness to it, too, as if something had put on a girl shape and hadn't gotten all the measurements right. Want a hug, Jimmy? She asked lightly, and lifted the knife. All the air left me at once. I pressed into the corner where the walls met, as far from her as I could get. Mom! I shouted, and the storm ate the sound. The wind leaned heavy on the house. Somewhere a loose branch scraped the roof. In the silence between scraping and wind, I heard the careful tread of a footstep that wasn't mine and wasn't hers. She can't hear you, the thing that was not Margaret said. She's never going to hear you. The knife rose. She tilted her head like she was choosing a place to start. Panic made everything very small, her hand, the blade, the flash of the moon, the dark square of the window, the corner where there was nowhere left to go. I put my arms up because there was nothing else to do. What saved me happened so fast my brain couldn't catch up to it at first. The wrong Margaret's eyes moved past me to the window and widened. She drew in a breath that rattled. She scrambled backwards so suddenly she tripped, going down hard on her knees, hands scrambling for purchase. The man with the axe stepped in front of me. He caught the thing by the back of her dress with one hand the way an adult might catch a child about to run into a street. He brought the axe down. The sound it made was a heavy, dull thud, like a wedge going into wet wood. She screamed. It was a horrible, ragged sound that had pieces of laughter clinging to it. He put his boot between her shoulder blades and pulled the axe free. The second strike was harder. It sank deep, and the scream broke into a strange high keening. The room smelled like rust and damp earth. With a last, awful noise like something tearing that should never be torn, he lifted the head free and the body fell still. He didn't look at me. He didn't look at the bed or the door or the scattered candy wrappers still on my desk from sorting earlier. He opened the window in one smooth motion. Cold air rushed in. He lifted the body as if it weighed nothing and climbed out. The wind slapped at the curtains, and then the room was empty except for the dark shapes left behind. I stood by the window and watched the place where the trees met the night until the shapes stopped making sense and turned into other shapes. After some time, the storm stepped away from the house. The darkness eased, then thinned, then went gray at the edges. I tried Mom's door again. It swung inward on its hinges and the room smelled like sleep. "Good morning," she said, her voice thick. "Did you two have fun last night?" She stretched and rubbed her eyes. I stood there with my mouth open and couldn't find the right word. I nodded. She smiled and pushed the covers back. "Tell Margaret breakfast will be ready in 2 shakes. Is she still asleep on the couch?" I said something about her mother picking her up early. I don't know what exactly. I do know I brushed my teeth very carefully and washed my hands for a long time, watching the water swirl brown then clear. I do know that all day I expected someone to knock on our door and ask for a girl who had not gone home. No one did. I imagined her cottage down the trail, imagined a mother and an aunt, imagined them both being relieved that something they understood had ended. In my chest, something loosened and tightened at the same time. That week was the beginning of a different chapter of my life. I understood something I had only played at understanding before, that the stories people tell about the dark aren't just stories. The names change, the shapes change, but the line between here and there is thin in places. I also understood that not everything on the other side of that line is out to harm you. Some of it is watching. A few days after Halloween, Mom took out a photo album and sat with me on the couch. The book had that old paper smell, the one that makes you think of basements and cedar closets. She turned pages slowly, smiling at a picture of herself in a striped sweater, pointing at a blurry dog running through snow. When she flipped another page, my hand went to the photo before I knew I was moving it. "Who's that?" I asked. "Him?" Mom said. "That's your great-grandfather." She said his name like it tasted good in her mouth. She told me he had worked in the woods. She told me he could swing an axe cleanly through a thick log in 3 strikes. She told me he'd been the kind of person who would show up at your door when you needed help and not make you feel small for needing it. The man in the picture had long dark hair pulled back with a leather tie, a gray beard, and eyes that looked past the camera like he was checking the weather. I slept better after that, not because the man stopped coming, but because I understood something I hadn't before. Sometimes I would wake in the small hour and see him reflected in the window, tall and steady with the axe in his hands, staring into the trees. He never spoke to me. He rarely looked at me. But when he did, the weight in his eyes was not the weight of threat. It was the weight of a promise. Years went by. I grew up. The cottage stayed warm in my memory, even after Mom sold it when I left for college. I met someone who made the world feel easier to carry. We married. We moved. We had a son. He came into the world pink and furious and small enough to fit against my chest like he had always belonged there. I didn't tell my wife about what happened when I was 7. How do you pack something like that into a story you can hand to someone else? I kept meaning to find the right moment, on a calm night in June when the windows were open and the house smelled like grass, maybe. Or one winter morning when the light had that glazed look, and we felt like telling each other old truths. The right moment kept not arriving. The story sat inside me like a coin at the bottom of a pocket. Now it is Halloween again. Our son sleeps in a crib near the window. The baby monitor hums quietly on the dresser. Out beyond the fence, a thin strip of woods holds onto its leaves the way woods do at the end of October, reluctantly, stubbornly. I can feel something moving there. That isn't poetic. It's a physical thing, like the press of weather before a thunderstorm. It feels like watching people come up the path long before their feet appear in the second bend. The sensation is familiar enough that my heart doesn't rise into my throat. It sits where it belongs and beats. I stand with my hand on the crib rail and look out into the dark. A porch light flicks on 2 houses over, then off again. The baby breathes slow and deep. He makes a small noise like a sigh and his fingers curl around nothing. The room smells like laundry soap and the sweetness of baby skin. I look at his face, at the soft spot where his hair whirls. I think of my mother at a kitchen table with pancakes and a brave mouth. I think of a forest path, and a girl with a careful smile, and a crow with button eyes, and a storm loud enough to make the windows chatter. I think of a tall man standing between something wrong and a scared boy. Something is coming. I can feel it as surely as I can feel the cool of the glass on my forearm. Maybe it is the same kind of wrong that wore Margaret's face. Maybe it is a different kind. The shapes change. The line stays thin. What the thing moving through the trees does not know is simple. It is something I did not know once. We are not alone. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I still hear the way he said it. Dad, just a few more houses, please? If you'd seen his face that night, you would have said yes too. Big brown eyes lining smudged from his costume, the hand-sewn pirate hat his mom had made sitting a little crooked on his head. He was Captain Jack Sparrow for the 2nd year in a row, and he wore it like a second skin, swagger and all. I told myself we were done after the 3rd block. His pillowcase was already heavy enough to cut a groove into my shoulder. But he tugged my hand, grin wide, breath puffing in the unseasonably warm air, and I heard myself say the sentence that still wakes me up. Okay, a few more houses, then home. Deal? The night had gone so smoothly until then. We had a system. He carried one of those bright plastic pumpkins up to each porch so it looked like he didn't have much, and as soon as he got back to me he'd dump whatever he'd scored into the pillowcase I hauled along like his quartermaster. It sounds silly to be proud of teamwork that nets you miniature candy bars, but it wasn't about the candy. It was about us moving through the night together, him running and laughing, me pretending my back didn't hurt and my kid wasn't growing up faster than I could process. People gave him extra because he looked the part. He remembered to say thank you even when the candy was bad. Every time he came back to me he'd tilt his chin up, waiting for me to approve. I always did. I doled out little compliments like I was tossing coins into a jar we'd both get to open later. We cut down an alley to the last side street before the field started. That block had only a few houses on it. The first one glowed orange and white from strings of lights draped along the gutters. Fake webs clung to the hedges and loose veils. I felt that small protective itch behind my ribs. Older kid, same prank every year, so I scanned for something that might jump out at him. There was a slumped figure in a chair on the porch, a stuffed scarecrow sort of thing wearing a flannel shirt. I kept my eyes on it as he jogged up the walk. It wasn't stuffed. Before I could call out, the figure reached and clamped a hand on his forearm and let out a growl it had probably practiced in the bathroom mirror. For half a second my stomach dropped. Then Daniel's laugh burst out. He didn't even flinch. The woman at the door said, "You got him good," to the person in the chair, then leaned over and dropped a handful of candy into his bucket. He turned, beaming, and trotted down the steps like this was nothing. He dumped the candy into the pillowcase and threw his arms around my waist. "Did you see me?" I wasn't scared at all. "Buddy, you are a champ," I said. "If that had been me, a little pea would have come out. Bet on it." He laughed at that, big and loud and free. I squeezed him back and thought nothing could touch us. It was the last time either of us laughed that night. I looked at his eyeliner-streaked face, at the hat his mom had stayed up late to stitch, at the joy rolling off him in waves, and to my shame I gave him one more block. Okay, little captain. One more house. Just one. Then home. The 2 houses next door to the one we just visited were dark and undecorated. That's a universal code. Light off, no candy. We walked past them toward the last house on the street. It didn't have decorations either. No fake tombstones. No plastic skeleton. But the porch light was on. There was a bucket on the step, red and white stripes like a candy cane. Above it, a note. He looked back at me from the path, waiting for me to decide. The house was neat. Porch swept. Lawn mowed recently enough that you could still see the lines. The curtains were drawn tight, but a lot of people do that on Halloween to keep kids from seeing them ignore the doorbell. I told him to wait on the sidewalk and walked up alone. I picked up the note. If no one should answer when you ring the bell, please take a candy and I wish you well. Cute rhyme. I looked for a window to peek through and didn't find one. I checked the bucket and actually laughed under my breath. Full-size bars. Snickers. Mars. O. Henry. The rarest score. I turned, showed him the bucket like I'd found buried treasure, and went back to the sidewalk. All right, Captain, I said, leaning into the accent because he liked it when I did that. Knock. If no one answers by 10, you get to take one. 1. We've got to be fair to the other kids. Aye, me matey, he said gravely. Fist bump. Off he went, swaggering up the walk. I watched him. I always watched him. I had my phone in my pocket, because of course I did. When he knocked, my phone buzzed once, a text, and my hand went to it without my permission. I told myself I wouldn't look away from him. I told myself I could do both. I remember the next 10 seconds detail by detail, like someone burned them into the inside of my eyelids. 1. I slid the phone out, my eyes still on my son. 2. I thumbed in the passcode without looking. 3. He stood straight, waiting like we'd agreed, not leaning to see into the house, not stepping off the mat. 4. My thumb pulled open the messages app the same way it had 1,000 times. 5. He half turned away from the door. 6. He stooped a little toward the bucket. 7. He smiled at me. 8. I glanced down at the phone, just a flick of my eyes. It was my wife. You and the captain okay? 9. My thumbs moved. On our way home. 10. I looked up and my son was gone. It didn't compute. For a full second my brain refused to process what my eyes were telling it. I thought he'd ducked to the side to be funny. I thought he was going to jump out and yell boo. I thought there had to be something between me and the porch I wasn't seeing, a railing, a planter, that he'd hidden behind. I called his name. I called again. I ran. There was nowhere to hide. The porch was bare except for the bucket. The door sat blank and closed. There were no bushes up there to crouch behind. He couldn't have run around the side without me seeing him. He couldn't have gone anywhere in the time between 8 and 10. I hit the door with my fist, then with my shoulder. I yelled his name until my throat hurt. I pulled at the knob like I could tear it free. A door down the block swung open and the woman from the jump scare house called out, "Is everything all right?" "No," I shouted back, voice already breaking. "Have you seen my son? He's dressed as a pirate." She stepped onto her porch, hand at her throat. "Oh my goodness." "No." "Should I call someone?" "Call someone?" My mind grabbed onto those words. I had someone to call. Daniel had a phone. How had I forgotten that? I punched his contact and put it to my ear and the bottom dropped out of my stomach when it went straight to voicemail. I almost hurled the phone into the lawn, but I caught myself and dialed 911 instead. I told the neighbor to grab a flashlight and help me look as I told the dispatcher my address and my son's name and age and height, and what he was wearing, and that he had just vanished. We circled the house, yelling his name, shining the lights into every angle where a child could fit. There was nothing. I was going to smash a window when I heard the sirens. That sound, that wail I used to hate when it woke me up at 3 in the morning, was the best sound I'd ever heard. Somewhere behind it my brain whispered that this was going to end with him walking out the front door. We would find out it had been a trick. Or a misunderstanding. Or he'd tripped in some silly place we'd overlooked. I promised myself I wouldn't yell. I would just hold him. The officers took one look at my face and didn't waste time. They banged on the door and announced themselves and then kicked it in. One of them told me to stay back and wait, and I wanted to throw him into the grass for saying it. But then he pulled his gun and his partner did too, and my anger sank under something colder. They moved through the house calling out. It took less than 5 minutes. It felt like my bones lengthened with every second. They came out with the look I didn't want to see. Not a look you want to see on anyone, least of all someone who can decide your future. The neighbor's hand was in mine, and I didn't know when that had happened. We stared at the black doorway, and I thought stupid things to keep from thinking the only thing that mattered. The porch light bulb hummed. A moth battered itself against the glass. The bucket had leaned a little, like it was bored. I shouldn't have, but I shoved past them and went inside. The house breathed dust at me. Every room felt old and empty, like someone had pulled the life out and left the shell standing. I ran up the staircase and into a bedroom that had no bed, just a floor, just outlines of where a dresser had once been. No curtains. No rugs. No people. No anything. It wasn't just empty. It had been empty. For a long time. I came back down harder than I went up and almost knocked an officer over in the hall. I grabbed the neighbor woman by the shoulders in the yard. "Why didn't you tell me?" I heard my voice and knew it sounded bad. "Why didn't you tell me no one lives here?" She lifted her palms and her eyes went wet. "I didn't know. I've only been here a few months. I never see anyone go in or out but..." She stopped because there wasn't an end to that sentence that would satisfy either one of us. I let my hands go slack and folded in on myself, staring at a house that had just taken my son. A lot happened after that, but most days I couldn't tell you the order. Police. Dogs. Helicopters. Flyers on telephone poles. News cameras in my face. Families bringing casseroles to a house where no one could eat. Neighbors making guesses that turned into whispers that turned into rumors. Parents at the school talking about what they would have done differently. How I should have kept him closer. How I shouldn't have looked at my phone. People love a simple story with a clear cause and effect. The world is easier when it stays inside the lines. The official story: the previous owner had gone bankrupt and vacated the property. The bank had it. They hadn't sold it. It sat. The yard somehow still got cut. There was no explanation for that anyone could find that matched records. The bucket and the note might as well have been a dream. I could describe them, but they weren't there when the police searched. We knocked on the doors of every house on that block. We knocked 3 times and went back again and again until people started looking at us through their curtains instead of answering. No one had seen anything. People always say they saw something in hindsight, but nothing anyone saw mattered. The other story, the one where I did something, was quiet, but it existed. It exists in any case like this. The beat officers were kind and did their jobs. The detectives looked at me the way people look at a map when they're trying to figure out why the lines don't connect. They asked me the same questions in 20 different ways. I don't blame them. I would have done the same if I were them. That's the story you can close. That's the line you can draw. I sat under the fluorescent hum and told them the things I can still recite if you shake me awake: what he was wearing, which houses we visited, what we ate before we left the house, the exact words on the note, what my wife texted, what I texted back, the count I made in my head that ended my life. We went home without him. We left his room as it was. His shoes stayed by the front rug for 2 weeks until I moved them because I tripped over them at 3 in the morning and sat on the stairs holding them against my chest like an idiot, crying into the laces. My wife and I learned to say certain phrases so we could pretend the floor under us wasn't giving way. No body, no death. We said it like religion. I hired private investigators until my savings account was emptier than that house had been. They came back to us with folders that didn't have answers inside them. The police calls slowed. The news ran out of ways to talk about something that had no development. I kept walking the streets around that block like maybe my son had just been running and got tired and sat down and fell asleep in the grass, and any minute now he would wake up and laugh and say, "Dad, you won't believe what happened." I said I was doing it to look. I was really doing it so I could put my body in the places where I had last walked with him. It felt like proof that we had existed. Sleep never brought rest. It brought the same nightmare over and over. The doorbell ringing at our house and me flying down the stairs and sliding socks on hardwood and nearly falling and catching myself and yanking open the door like I could rip the night in half, and my son standing there in his Captain Jack costume with his pumpkin bucket, grinning. I grabbed him, but his grin broke and his body sifted through my fingers like sand. When I woke up my hands were clenched so hard my nails had marked my palms. We said his name out loud daily because not saying it felt like a betrayal. We kept his place at the dinner table because not keeping a place felt like surrendering to a rule we hadn't agreed to. I kept telling myself that as long as we kept behaving as though we were a family of 3, the universe would eventually get the message and file the necessary paperwork. 2 weeks ago there was a knock at the door, and I got up expecting a church group or a kid raising money for uniforms or a reporter following up months too late with a story about the human side of a headline. I opened the door and my mouth didn't know whether to scream or smile, so it did neither. Daniel stood there. He looked exactly like himself, and not like himself at all. He was thinner. He was paler. His hair was a little longer than it should have been given the time. But he was standing. He was breathing. He was home. My wife's footsteps were a thunder, and then she was past me, sobbing, arms around him, murmuring his name over and over like saying it could make the rest of the world blur out. I watched like I was seeing someone else's life. He didn't say anything. He let her hold him. He let me touch his shoulder and his head and his face to confirm he was there and not a trick. If you've never tried to convince your brain that something impossible is true, I hope you never have to. Every part of me wanted to grab him and never let go. A part of me stood 3 feet away and watched my family be my family and felt off. I hate that I felt anything but joy. I hate that there was a tightness under the joy that said, something is wrong. We did all the things you do. We called the police and they came, and they were kind in a new way that made me want to lie down on the floor and sob. They took reports and told us how glad they were to be there for something good. Doctors looked him over and said phrases like he's within normal ranges and no sign of trauma, and everything appears to be in working order. A child psychologist came to our living room and asked gentle questions and wrote gentle notes, and told us to give him time, that his brain might be protecting him by not speaking, that children sometimes went very quiet after something they couldn't explain. We nodded and nodded like bobbleheads. The doctor left cards on the coffee table, and my wife lined them up in a neat row like they had to be in order for any of this to work. He said one sentence that first night. I tucked him in because I wanted to be the one to do it. I turned off the light and stood in the doorway the way I had 1,000 times before, and he said it very softly, almost like he was checking how the words felt in his mouth. I like it here. It didn't land until later. I went downstairs and sat at the table with my hands wrapped around a mug I didn't drink from, and my mind replayed the sentence until the words fell apart. What did it mean? I like it here. Here like home? Here like this room? Here like this world and not the other one? Why would that last part even be a question? The longer I sat, the colder I got. I went back upstairs. He was asleep. He looked like any child sleeping. Mouth a little open, breath even. The kind of sight that can make you believe in anything. Over the next days, nothing and everything happened. He moved through the house like everything was known to him but slightly new. He stood in the kitchen at the place where he always stood when we waited for pancakes, as if his body remembered before his mind did. He didn't react to his favorite show, didn't ask for his favorite cereal, didn't argue about shoes. He showed no fear of the dark even though he had always asked for the hall light before. He didn't ask where we'd been or where he'd been or what was on the schedule tomorrow. He let us hug him. He let us breathe him in and say his name and cry. He did not speak. Every now and then I would catch his face at an angle and my insides would crawl. His smile, when it came, didn't move past his mouth. It was a shape, not a feeling. His eyes were dark in a way that had nothing to do with color. It felt wrong to think that, and I hated myself for thinking it, so I would tell myself I was tired. I would kiss his forehead and force my body to trust what my mind wouldn't. One night I woke to see a small figure in our bedroom doorway. That happens sometimes when you have a kid. They get up to go to the bathroom, or have a dream, or need water. Usually they shuffle. Usually they say your name in that sleepy way that makes you simultaneously annoyed and melted. He stood exactly still, just a silhouette against the hall light. My wife slept on her side, breathing slow. "Hey there, Captain," I whispered. "You okay?" He didn't answer. He smiled. It was the smile again. The one that didn't reach anything. A cold ripple went across my back like someone had run a finger down my spine. He said something else, too soft to hear. "What was that?" I asked, my mouth dry. He ran. He ran so fast he blurred, the way kids do when they decide to run for the joy of it. He sprinted at my side of the bed and leaned in so suddenly my body flinched, and he shouted in a voice that didn't sound like his, "I like it here." Then he ran back down the hall and slammed his door. My wife slept through every sound. I lay there staring at the ceiling until the light on the alarm clock turned the hour, and then the next, and then the next. I waited for the sun so I could tell myself I'd dreamed it. The next day he moved through the house as if nothing had happened. The day after that, the same. He didn't say the sentence again. I pretended I hadn't heard it at all. That's the trick of being human and wanting very badly for something to be okay. You can talk yourself into almost anything if it lets your lungs fill. Last night it broke. I was checking the front door lock at the end of the night because I've become the kind of person who checks locks 3 times now, even though I used to be the kind who forgot. My phone was on the entry table. My wife was upstairs reading. The house felt as normal as a house can feel when a fault line runs under it. Then she screamed the kind of scream you don't come back from. I don't think I moved down the hall so much as found myself there. I took the stairs 2 at a time and still felt like I was wading through concrete. I hit the bedroom door with my shoulder, and the wood banged the stopper and swung back. Daniel stood by the bed with an axe raised above him. It was our axe, from the garage, the one I used on the old maple that needed trimming in the spring. My wife was flattened against the headboard, hands up, sheet tangled around her legs. Everything in me dropped away and something else took the wheel. I tackled him. We slammed into the dresser. The axe glanced off the bed frame and clattered to the floor. He made a sound then, a sound like laughter, and a shout tangled, and he kept saying the same sentence over and over while I pinned his wrists, and my wife scrambled to kick the axe farther. "You'll like it there. You'll like it there. You'll like it there." He said it like it was good news. If this were a different story, there would be a clear path after that. You'd call someone. They would come. They would take him to a place where people in soft voices would figure out whether what had happened to him could be undone. They would fix the part that made him pick up an axe. They would fix the part of me that looked at my son and saw something else living in his face. They would take the sentence he kept saying and fold it into something that made sense. We didn't call anyone. Don't judge me for that if you can help it. We sat on the floor with our backs against the dresser, and our hands shaking, and our son in the hall behind a door. We said each other's names the way we'd said his. Sometimes names are the only rope you can throw yourself. I don't know what happens next. I only know what I'm going to do. The calendar keeps moving no matter what you think of it. Halloween is almost here again. My son stands in our hallway and smiles a smile that isn't his and says sentences that don't sound right in his mouth, and at night I feel a pull that is stronger than fear. I keep seeing a porch light that wasn't a welcome, and a candy bucket that was bait, and a note that rhymed so cheerfully I want to tear it in half. I keep hearing my own voice say one more house, the way a man says something that will undo him. I'm going back to the house at the end of that street. I know it isn't smart. I know what people would say if they knew. I know what the police would say. I know what my wife would say if I told her. I am going to tell her, gently, and I am going to ask her to trust me or to forgive me, whichever she has in her. I am going to take Daniel. I am going to go at night because that's when whatever this is wants me to come. I am going to stand on that porch and knock and count to 10 and not look at my phone. If no one answers, I am going to wait, and if something answers, I am going to make it say out loud what it wants from us. Maybe he can show me where he wants us to go. Maybe he is the map and I am the one who couldn't read it before. I keep saying to myself that this time I won't let him out of my hands. I keep telling myself that whatever opened between 8 and 10 last year can be closed if I stand in it and hold on. I keep telling myself that there is a version of this where he looks up at me with his real smile and says, "Dad, let's go home." Sometimes I can almost make myself believe it. Sometimes all I hear is his voice at our bedroom door, too loud in the quiet, "I like it here." Sometimes all I see is a full-size candy bar I didn't let him take and a bucket I shouldn't have trusted, and a porch light that meant something other than what lights are supposed to mean. Don't ever take your eyes off your children on Halloween, they say. They say it like it's about strangers and traffic and trip hazards and the night making kids harder to see. They don't say it like they're talking about the thin places where something can reach and pull. They don't say it like they're talking about the look your child can have in his face when he is your child and not both at once. I am writing this so that if you find yourself on a sidewalk with your kid and he looks back at you for permission, and you feel that lazy gut saying it will be fine, it will always be fine, you will have my voice in your head too. You will hear a count, and you will feel a buzzing phone, and you will watch your child's back and you will keep watching and you will carry him home with his pillowcase of candy and his pirate hat tilted and his eyeliner smudged, and you will take off his shoes and tuck him in, and nothing in your life will ever be haunted by a porch light. Maybe that's all I have. A father's warning, late, from the wrong side of a line. I promised him one more house. I am going to keep that promise in the only way I have left. If I come back, this will be a story about a mistake and a miracle and a man too dumb to know which is which until the end. If I don't, remember us the way we were before the bucket and the note, when the night was still only a place for costumes and sugar and pretending to be someone else for a while. Remember the way he laughed when a grown man reached out from a chair and tried to scare him and failed. Remember that for as long as I had him, he never let the dark decide who he was. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. Detective Martinez drew on his cigarette and watched the orange tips sink toward the filter. The night was wet and cold, and the thin rain made a soft hiss where it touched the road. He let out a long breath and tossed the butt to the tarmac, where it died with a small fizz. He rolled his shoulders once, the way you do when a long shift has already gone longer than you wanted, then reached inside his raincoat for a fresh pair of gloves. The snap of latex made a sharp little echo in the quiet. He lifted his handheld recorder and spoke in a steady voice. 1:45 a.m., Pinevale Road rail crossing. Vehicle discovered, south side of the tracks. His words puffed white in the air and faded. The crossing lights were dead now, just two black faces aimed at the road. The tracks cut a silver line through the dark. A car sat with its nose a few feet past the rails, half on gravel, half on wet asphalt, windows beaded with rain. The storm that had slammed through an hour ago had moved on, but its leftovers still clung to the trees and the signposts. Water dripped from the low-slung arm of the crossing bar and tapped the hood of the car with a slow rhythm. Behind Martinez, Sheriff Jones stood with his hands jammed in his pockets and his hat pushed low to keep the rain out of his eyes. He was a small-town man with a tired face and the stiff stance of someone who would rather be anywhere else. He cleared his throat when Martinez looked at him. "You the one who called this in?" the detective asked. "Yeah," Jones said. "I was on patrol, saw the car from the main road, came over to check." No driver. No one on foot. I called it in. Any signs the driver was drunk? Skid marks? Tracks? It poured cats and dogs, detective. Anything on the ground got washed away. If there were tracks, they're gone. He tilted his head toward the car. Didn't see any broken glass? Didn't look like a crash. Looks like it pulled to a stop. Martinez nodded, made a note, and walked to the driver's side. He tried the handle. It didn't move. It's locked, Jones said. Uh-huh. Martinez leaned down, used his sleeve to wipe a patch of glass clear, peered inside, then straightened with a small frown. He looked at Jones again. You didn't look in? It was locked, Jones repeated, as if that answered the question. Martinez pressed his lips together, put the recorder away, and took out his wallet. He flipped through the cards until he found the one he never used, his gym membership, and slid it into the seam of the window. He worked it down, feeling for the rod inside the door, picturing the mechanism the way he had 100 times before. The rain made soft ticking sounds on the roof. Somewhere down the line, a night bird called once and fell silent. Click. There we go, he said, and the door popped up. And my wife said I'd never get any use out of that gym. He pulled the handle and the door opened a crack. He froze. Sheriff? Yeah? You really didn't shine a flashlight in there? No. Jones sounded defensive now. It was locked. Martinez looked at him, then took out his phone and dialed. We're gonna need forensics, he said when the dispatcher picked up. Now. Yeah, I know it's an abandoned vehicle. No, it isn't. 20 minutes? Make it 15. He pocketed the phone, lit another cigarette, and shook his head. Amateurs, he muttered. Bloody Mary, Josh whispered into the bathroom mirror. His voice quivered with nerves and excitement. Keep going, his older brother Ben said. He stood behind Josh, eyes fixed on their reflections, the faint glow from the nightlight throwing just enough light to hold their faces. Don't stop till you say it 3 times. They held their breath together, the bathroom quiet except for the slow drip from the tap. Bloody Mary, they finished, their voices blending into one last word. Josh's heart thudded in his chest. He stared at his own face, willing it to change, to melt into something old and cruel, something out of the story his brother told. He didn't want to see it, and he did. That was the whole thrill, the pull that kept his eyes open when he wanted to squeeze them shut. I thought you said something would happen, he whispered, lips sticking a little from how dry his mouth had gone. He turned, pout already forming. It will, Ben said. He didn't look away from the mirror. Trust me. Just keep looking. Ben drew in a sudden breath. His face twisted in a mask of horror. What? What is it? Josh snapped his eyes back to the glass, searching fast, and then he saw it. A third face behind them. Empty white eyes that didn't blink. Skin wrinkled and tight, hair like old straw, a mouth pulled open in a soundless moan. Josh screamed. The sound felt too big for his throat, high and clean and sharp. He clapped his hands to his cheeks and kept screaming. The low moan from the thing in the glass rose under his voice and made the back of his neck go cold. The light snapped on. Happy Halloween, little bro! Ben laughed, tugging a rubber mask off his head and waggling it in Josh's face. The hag from the mirror dangled from Ben's hand like a shed skin, cheap hair swinging. Josh's mouth closed. His eyes reddened. His chin trembled. He didn't say anything. Ben's grin faded as fast as it had come. He took one step forward and wrapped his arms around his brother. Hey, I'm sorry. I thought it would be funny. I'm sorry, Josh. The door swung wider. Andy leaned on the frame. He fell for it, he said, smiling. Ben shot him a look over Josh's shoulder. It said exactly what he didn't want to say out loud. Andy lifted his hands in surrender and backed out of the room, rolling his eyes. Josh stood there and shook a little until the shock bled off. He sniffed, wiped his face on his sleeve, and nodded without looking up. That slow, careful nod meant the embarrassment was still raw, but he'd decided to be brave enough to leave the bathroom. They watched TV in the living room with the lights dimmed. The house felt bigger than it was because their parents weren't home. Ben and Andy sat on the couch. Josh lay on the rug a few feet from the screen, chin propped on his hands, as if being closer made it easier to join a world that wasn't his. On the screen, a man in a dirty room tightened a hand around a hacksaw. So they expect us to believe he can lie still that long without sneezing, coughing, anything? Ben said. Come on. Andy snorted. It would be a different movie if he farted. Sure, Ben said. This is my favorite part. They watched the actor look at his foot, look at the saw, look at the chain, and make his choice. I like this because he's desperate, Ben said, leaning forward, voice soft with something like admiration. He thinks he has a way out, and hope makes people do wild things. He'd never cut his own foot if there was zero chance. It's the hope that does it. Then when it turns out to be pointless, it's even worse. You can see it in his face. He pointed at the screen. Right there. Andy shook his head. Sometimes you scare me a little. Ben smiled, shrugged. Relax. Oh, hey. He saw Josh at the stairs, hovering, unsure. You okay, buddy? Ben asked. Josh nodded. He'd washed his face. He still looked fragile, but he wasn't crying. You want to watch? Ben patted the rug. You can sit right there. Andy leaned closer and kept his voice low. You sure that's a good idea? It's Halloween, Ben said. Parents are gone. It's a classic. He shifted his attention back to the TV. Besides, we won't get to the worst parts before we go out. Go out? Andy raised an eyebrow. The road, Ben said, eyes flicking to the clock. You still up for it, Josh? Josh nodded without looking away from the screen. We need to leave soon if we want to be there by midnight, Ben said. Andy groaned. This is how we're spending Halloween. Babysitting and a dumb road story? Ben grinned. You knew the deal. And come on, it'll be fun. A little science. A little mystery. Science? Andy scoffed. You know it's all optical illusions, right? Maybe some are, Ben said. But not this one. I promise you, if the car moves when you take your foot off the brake, we're on a slope. That's gravity. That's not ghost kids. Gravity for a normal road, Ben said. Not a magic road. You cannot possibly believe that. Ben spread his hands. I'm just telling you what people say. And what people say is that a pack of ghost children push stalled cars to safety before trains hit them. Does that sound reasonable? It sounds like a story, Ben said. A good one. He winked. Some people get hit, sure. Maybe those kids couldn't help them in time. Or maybe there are no kids, Andy muttered. You're no fun, Ben said, but his tone was easy. He clicked off the TV, found his keys, and motioned with his head. Let's go. They drove with the heater on low. The wipers clicked at a steady pace, clearing a fine mist that floated up from the road more than it fell from the sky. The car hummed over patched asphalt, bumped on cracked seams, and sighed when it transitioned to the smoother main road. Trees leaned in from both sides. When another set of headlights appeared in the distance, Ben dipped his lights and nodded out of habit, the small ritual that says we're all in this together, even at midnight. So, Andy said, looking back at Josh. You excited? Josh pressed his face against the window and stared into the dark beyond the glass. He did the small nod again. He wasn't sulking anymore. He just looked far away. It'll be quick, Ben said to Andy in a lower voice. Back by one. Why do this again? Andy asked. What's the fun part? Parking where a train can make you into a soda can? Ben laughed. Because it's creepy. Because I want to show Josh what everyone at school talks about. Because it's a good story. Take your pick. Your definition of fun is broken. A sign flashed past. The rails crossed the road up ahead. Ben slowed, and the tires ground on the grit where the asphalt met the ballast. The crossing sign gleamed in their headlights like a watched eye. "We're here," Ben said. He pulled to a stop on the tracks. The engine idled. He lowered the driver's window, stuck his arm out, and killed the ignition. The electric motor took a second longer to wind the window closed. Andy stuck his head out his own window and felt the air. "It's starting to rain again. I'm staying in the car." "Stay, go, your call," Ben said. He slipped the key from the ignition and, with a small movement, tossed it into the bushes behind them. What are you doing?" Andy's voice jumped an octave. "Make it feel real," Ben said. "No cheating." "Get them," Andy snapped. "Go get the keys. The train is miles away." Ben nodded at the horizon. A faint white point winked into view, then steadied. "Train? What train?" Andy said, though he saw it as soon as he spoke. The light grew brighter, like an eye opening. Josh made a small sound. His hands crept up to his ears. "Unlock the doors," Andy said, jerking the handle. It rattled and did nothing. "Ben, you said it's all physics," Ben said, voice almost calm. "Basic slope. Unlock the doors." "Josh, you okay?" Ben asked, turning around. "What is it?" "Make them stop," Josh whispered, squeezing his eyes shut. "Make who stop?" Ben asked. "The voices," Josh said. "They sound scared." Andy clawed at the center lock button. It clicked, but the doors stayed shut. The storm let go. The rain came down hard in a sheet, drumming on the roof, streaking the glass. The bright dot on the horizon swelled and smeared through the water on the windshield. "You win," Andy said. "You win. It's a magic road. Now unlock the doors." "Josh," Ben said, ignoring him. "Tell me what you hear." "The children," Josh said, eyes still closed, voice strained. "They're shouting." "Ben," Andy said. "I'm serious. I don't want to die in your mom's compact." The horn from the train cut the night and slid through the car. The light filled the cabin, a hard white glare that washed the color off their skin. "Look," Ben said, cupping his hands to the window as if he could lean into the brightness. "It's moving. We're moving." Andy felt it too. The car rolled backward, slow at first, then steadier, tires thumping over the wooden ties under the thin layer of asphalt. Every part of his body went rigid. He pinched his eyes shut and pictured steel slamming through glass. He braced even though it wouldn't matter, because that's what a body does when it meets something bigger than itself. The horn blasted again. Rain hammered the roof. Josh cried out, "Make them stop!" The car slid off the last rail and dropped the small distance to the road past the tracks. The train roared through the crossing, a wall of noise and speed a few feet from where the rear bumper had been. Wind pushed at the car as the engine cars passed, then the long line of black cars behind them. Ben hooped and slapped the steering wheel. Andy smelled his own sweat. He opened his eyes in pieces. The world was still there. "You're an asshole," he said, voice shaking. "You are a complete asshole." Ben didn't answer. He stared at Josh. Andy turned. Josh had curled on the seat. He wasn't covering his ears anymore. Thin lines of blood ran from both of them, trickling along the edge of his jaw. His face had gone pale and waxy, eyes closed tight as if the darkness on the other side hurt less. "Josh?" Ben said, and something in his voice broke. By the time the forensic tech pulled up and got his kit from the trunk, the rain had stopped. The wind had a new edge to it, the kind that says the sun will make frost on the grass by morning. He walked toward the car with his shoulders hunched against the cold. "Where do you want me?" he asked. "Start with the back of the car," Martinez said. "See if you can find anything on the trunk. Prints. Smears. Anything." The tech, a man named Dan with sleep in his eyes, lifted his case and set it down. "It rained. If there was anything, it's probably gone. Do what you can," Martinez said. He watched the man dust and dab, try angles with a small flashlight, then move along the bumper. The powder made little gray patches that the wind started to push around almost as soon as it landed. "Hey, boss?" Dan called. "You get something?" Martinez walked over, cigarette unlit in his mouth, the habit half finished. "Nothing," Dan said. "Some partials on the handle, but they're mush. Otherwise, clean." Martinez nodded once and opened the driver's door the rest of the way. The smell hit him first. Blood has a weight to it, a warm iron thickness that you never mistake after the first few times. He didn't flinch, but he paused long enough to pull the gloves tight and settle his face. "3 inside," Dan said, climbing in the passenger side and leaning across to look. "2 older, 1 younger." "Teenagers?" Martinez asked. "Late teens for the front 2. The kid in the back looks maybe 12 or 13. They worked in silence for a minute, each on their own side of the car. The beam from Dan's penlight traced across the neck and stopped. "Cut marks," he said. "On both. Deep. Looks like that's the cause." "Anything else?" Martinez asked. "Bruising on the shoulders," Dan said, frowning. "Like someone held them down from behind." He leaned in closer, moved the light an inch, then another. "What the? What?" "These bruises," Dan said, voice tight with confusion. "The spacing is wrong for big hands. They're small." He paused. "They look like a kid's hands." They both turned to the back seat. The boy sat there slumped against the belt, head tilted, small face washed with dried blood from his ears. His eyes were shut. His mouth was open a little, the way mouths are when sleep is deep. "Hey, kid," Martinez said, leaning closer. "Can you hear me?" No answer. "Yo," he said louder. "Kid." Silence. "Look at his hands," Dan said. He took the boy's small fingers in his gloved ones and turned them gently. "They fit the bruises. But I don't see how he could pin 2 guys like that." "This is messed up," Martinez said. The words felt thin and pointless in the cold air. He backed out of the car, pulled off one glove with his teeth, and lit his cigarette. "Wait," Dan said, pushing further in to press 2 fingers to the boy's neck. "Detective." "What?" "I think he's breathing." "Sheriff!" Martinez called. "Get him out of there. Now." Sheriff Jones moved faster than he had all night. He opened the back door and crouched. "Hey, buddy," he said in the gentle tone adults keep for scared kids. "I'm a police officer. I'm here to help." He looked at the boy's ears and winced. "Can you hear me at all? Can you tell me your name?" The boy didn't speak. "I'm going to lift you out," Jones said, speaking a little louder. "Okay? I'm going to pick you up." No answer, but Jones didn't wait. He slid his hands under the boy and lifted, careful as he could be, careful like the kid was made of glass. He carried him to the patrol car and laid him on the back seat, then climbed in beside him so the boy wouldn't be alone. He looked out the window at Martinez and raised the hand that said, "I've got him." "First correct thing you've done tonight," Martinez said under his breath. He watched the patrol car pull out and head down the road, taillights shrinking. The wind tugged at the crime scene tape that wasn't up yet. The trees shook out the last of the water from their leaves. Martinez looked up at the sky and found a scatter of stars, hard and clean. He looked back down as his phone buzzed with a harsh little dance beat that his kid had chosen for him months ago. "What is it?" he said. "The boy," Jones said. "He's talking. I'm putting you on speaker." There was a small rustle, the sound of a seatbelt rubbing fabric. Silence, then a soft voice, the kind that sounds like someone who used to talk loud but learned to speak small. "It was the children." "What was the children?" Jones asked, glancing in the rearview. "They did it," the boy said. "Did what?" Jones asked, voice careful. "Kill your friends?" The boy nodded. Martinez could hear the movement through the phone. "What children?" Jones asked. "We didn't see anyone. The ones that pushed the car," the boy said. "Pushed the car off the track? Were you stuck?" Another slow nod. "They said," the boy's voice thinned. "They said what?" Jones asked, his own voice rising even though he was trying to keep it calm. Martinez stood in the road and stared at the patrol car's red dots as they slid farther away. His mouth had gone dry. He found himself holding his breath without meaning to. "They said they shouldn't have tested them," the boy whispered. "They said they needed to be punished." He began to cry small, hitching sobs. "They told me to get out of the car," he said. "But I couldn't. The voices hurt too much. That's why they gave me this." "What did they give you, son?" Jones asked, and in his voice now was a threat of fear. The boy lifted something and the phone picked up the scrape of metal on leather. "A knife," he said. "Okay," Jones said, breath going tight. "That's a big knife. Let's put it somewhere safe, okay. The voices, are they still there?" The boy nodded again. "What are they saying?" Jones asked, sweat starting on his forehead, cold and sudden. "I don't want to tell you," the boy whispered. "You're safe now," Jones said, forcing warmth into his voice. "You can tell me." "I can't," the boy said. "Why not?" The boy looked away, and even though Martinez couldn't see it, he felt the shift on the other end of the line. "They're talking about you," the boy said. Jones slid his eyes to the mirror. The road ahead was empty. His hands tightened on the wheel. He swallowed. "What are they saying about me?" "They say you should have taken me out of the car earlier," the boy said, tears leaking again. "They say no child should see that. They say you need to be punished." "Sheriff," Martinez said, his voice sharp now. "Pull over. Stop the car." Jones didn't seem to hear him. "Don't say that," he said to the boy, voice trembling. "That isn't nice." "Sheriff, stop the car," Martinez said. He started walking into the road as if he could get closer that way. The taillights were almost gone. "They have a message for you," the boy said softly. "What's the message?" Jones asked, and the wobble in his voice made it thin as paper. The boy smiled a little, or maybe he didn't. Maybe it was just the word he said next. "Happy Halloween." The phone filled with wet sounds and choking. Through the dark, far up the road, the patrol car swerved, slid, and dropped out of sight with a muffled crunch. The line went quiet. "Sheriff?" Martinez shouted. "Sheriff, answer me!" All he heard was laughter. Not one kid. Not two. Many. It came through the phone, tinny and small, like a radio too far from the broadcast tower, and it came from the night around him, thin and high and bright as broken glass. Back at the crossing, the car sat quiet, beads of rain tracking down the windows like tears that had taken their time. The rails sang a faint memory of the train that had passed. On the road, the water had already started to dry at the edges, leaving darker shapes in the center like shadows that would fade by morning. The world has a way of looking clean again as the night wears out, like it wants to pretend nothing happened at all. On the bathroom mirror in a house across town, a faint smudge from a rubber mask's cheap hair remained where a boy's hand had pressed too close in the dark. In a living room that still smelled like popcorn and couch cushions, a remote lay on its back, its little red light off. In a small bedroom with comic book posters on the wall, a nightlight burned steady and soft, a warm dot in a square of cool blue. On Pinevale Road, Detective Martinez stood with his phone at his ear and listened to laughter fade down to nothing. He lowered the phone slowly, as if moving too fast might call the sound back, and walked to his car to call for another ambulance, another unit, more help, any help. He looked once at the locked car, the two boys in the front seat, the small boy's empty place in the back, and put his hand flat on the roof, palm against cold metal, the way you put your hand on a shoulder when you don't have the right words. He lit one more cigarette. He didn't take a drag right away. He watched the smoke curl and lift and vanish, and for a few seconds the night felt held between breaths, the kind of pause where you realize you've been listening for something you can't name. Then he drew in the smoke, let it out, and got back to work. My dad used to tell me scary stories when I was a kid. He never read them from a book. He would sit back in his recliner with one ankle resting on the other knee, fold his hands, and talk like he was remembering a place he had been in another life. The older I got, the fewer stories he told. By middle school they had mostly stopped. By high school they were gone. I told myself it was because I had outgrown them, because I had figured out what was going on behind the curtain. I decided he made them up so I would go to bed on time, or so I wouldn't sneak out, or maybe just because it was fun to make his kid jump at shadows. A few weeks ago I went home from college for a weekend. It was warm for October, the kind of evening where the air outside smells like dry leaves and the last cut of grass. We sat in the living room the way we used to, him in his recliner, me horizontal on the couch with a pillow under my head, and we clicked past channels until a Nightmare on Elm Street movie made us stop. He said he always liked the first one better. I said I still liked the scene where the phone turns into a mouth. We laughed a little, and then I asked him if he remembered all those scary stories he used to tell me. I thought he'd grin and say something like, "Oh yeah, I was a real ham," or, "You were easy to scare." But he didn't. He turned the volume down, looked over at me, and said, plain and serious, that the stories were true. I chuckled because that felt like the correct response to an impossible statement. He kept looking at me in a way that told me he wasn't joking. The room went quiet except for the soft sounds of the TV. He started reminding me of things he'd told me years ago. When he was 8, his family moved to a small town in Mississippi, right near the river. The house across the street from theirs was empty, boards on the windows, door nailed shut. It leaned like a tired man on a fence post. His parents told him to stay away from it, and of course that instruction put a hook in him and dragged his attention across the road every day. He swore the place was haunted, and he didn't say that word lightly. He and his friends would sit on their bikes and stare at the peeling paint and the sagging porch and swear they saw movement in the upstairs window when there was no one there. Someone in town said an old woman had died inside. Someone else said a family had left in the middle of the night. My dad never learned the full story, and he says now it wouldn't have mattered. Years later a crew came and knocked the house down. He said it didn't happen the usual way. No neighbors and lawn chairs, no slow roll of machines making something old into something flat. He said it came down fast and quiet one weekday morning, and by afternoon it was gone. All that remained was the front set of stairs, which climbed up to nothing and then stopped, and a round stone well with a little roof over it. The open field where the house had been felt empty in a way that didn't read as clean. He thought, for a while, that tearing the house down might make things normal. But the weirdness didn't seem pinned to the wood and nails. It lived in the ground. It wandered the streets. It breathed with the town. He sat up a little straighter as he talked, like the memories themselves were clearing a path in his head, and I felt the old feeling of sitting there as a kid, waiting. He said the story he could never shake, the one that made him the kind of parent who wouldn't let me stay out late on Halloween even when I was too old to trick or treat, was about his best friend, Jake. I said, half teasing, that he'd sheltered me and made me miss my shot at normal teenage Halloween fun. He didn't smile. He just said, "You can blame my apocalypse. He said it slowly, like he was reading it off a doctor's note. I had never heard the word before, and told him it sounded made up. He told me to look it up. He said there's a phobia for everything, even the weirdest things you can imagine. Then he told me what the word meant, but that came later. What came next was his story about the Halloween when Jake came back. They met in elementary school, the new kid and the boy who sat next to him at lunch. They rode the same bus. They lived a couple streets apart. They were the kind of friends who don't have to plan to hang out, because after school one drifts toward the other like water running downhill. In middle school, Jake leaned hard into the kind of trouble that makes teachers sigh and put a hand to their temples. He cut class. He got caught lighting matches behind the gym. He had a way about him, some combination of bravado and carelessness, that pulled other kids into bad ideas. My dad went along with some of those ideas, and even now he doesn't like talking about them. His freshman year, Jake stopped coming to school. People said he got sent off to a boarding school somewhere else. People said his aunt came and got him. People said a lot of things. The house he lived in went dark and then went on the market. Weeks turned to months. My dad kept expecting him to reappear on a bike or at the corner store. He didn't. A year passed. Halloween came, the one my dad can't forget. His parents were going to a party with people from church, the kind with chili and cider and grown-ups in cheap witch hats. They were late leaving. My dad promised he would hand out candy and not go anywhere. He remembers the smell of his mom's perfume when she kissed the top of his head and told him to be good, and he remembers the porch light going dark when the door closed. A few minutes later, someone knocked. He grabbed the bowl of candy with both hands and yanked the door open, ready for a cluster of pirates and princesses and plastic fangs. Jake stood there. He looked exactly the way my dad remembered him: dark shirt, ripped jeans, backward cap. He had a piece of candy in his mouth and was chewing like he'd been doing it all night. My dad says he froze in the doorway. He asked where Jake had been and got no answer. Jake pushed past him like he lived there and said they should go out. My dad said he wasn't allowed. Jake laughed at him. He was relentless in the exact way that works on a friend who doesn't want to be the butt of the joke. My dad caved and followed him out into the night. They didn't talk much. They walked the neighborhood and grabbed a couple pieces from unattended bowls. The streets were thinning. The little kids had already been taken home, and the older ones were gathered in small groups at the corners, trading and bragging. The night felt built from paper and string and breath. Sounds carried, and shadows pooled under the trees. When Jake said they should go to the park, my dad said okay without thinking. The park sat at the edge of the neighborhood where the houses thinned and the fields opened. It had a little league field with a chain-link backstop and a pair of dugouts with old paint on the benches. In summer it was where you spent whole afternoons. In October it looked like a postcard that had been left in a window too long and had all its color faded by the sun. My dad says he still remembers the sound of their shoes on the gravel path. He remembers the air was cool enough to see a thin cloud when he breathed. He remembers the cricket song like a high soft nail driven through the night. The field was empty. The lights were off. The moon did enough to let them see the outlines of things. They sat down in one of the dugouts because that's where you sit when you don't know what to do next. They listened to the quiet. Jake stood up after a few minutes and started pacing. He walked from one end of the dugout to the other, turned, and walked back. He kept glancing toward the ticker on my dad's wrist. After a while he asked what time it was. My dad told him. 5 minutes later he asked again. Then again. Then again. My dad says he laughed the first couple of times and then stopped laughing. The 5th time he snapped. He grabbed Jake's shirt and pushed him gently into the fence and told him to knock it off and tell him what was going on. It was one of those moments when you shove your best friend because you want to shake the truth loose. Jake looked at him and said nothing. He looked like a person listening to something behind a closed door. My dad let go, stepped out of the dugout, and said he was going home. The sound of his feet on the dirt was loud in his own ears. Behind him, Jake spoke. His voice was soft at first, like he was reciting a prayer he had taught himself. Then he got louder. "Be home by midnight on Halloween night," he said, "or the old lantern man will sense your fright. For all bad souls who are not in bed, old lantern man will snatch your head. And with your head he will cast a spell. A pumpkin you shall be, from now until next Hallows Eve." My dad turned back. "Don't," he said, and it came out more scared than he meant it to. Jake looked at him like there was a rope around him and someone else was holding the other end. "He's real," Jake said then. "I saw him. He isn't a story. He isn't a joke. Get home." My dad felt that strange pull you feel when you're young and you want to prove you're not afraid at the exact moment you're actually afraid. He wanted to laugh. He wanted to run. He did neither. He said goodnight and started up the path. He had taken a dozen steps when Jake's voice cut through the dark again. "What time is it?" My dad looked at his watch. The minute hand had slid to the top. "Midnight." He didn't answer. Jake made a sound he had never heard from him before, a small sharp sound like a gasp in reverse. He pointed out past the infield to where the outfield grass met the open field. "Do you see it?" he whispered. At first my dad didn't. Then he did. It was a flicker, then a glow, then something moving through the grass toward them. He told himself it was someone with a flashlight. The light didn't move like a flashlight. It was lower, and it bobbed, and the color was wrong. It wasn't white. It was the color of fire behind something thin. My dad called to Jake to go, to move, to stop standing there. But Jake was whispering the rhyme again, almost chanting it, the words turning into one long mourning. The light kept coming. It reached the edge of the field, and stopped right in front of the dugout. The night filled with a brittle laugh, high and crackling, the sound of a match head flaring. My dad says he didn't see a face. He saw a shape, and inside the shape, a burning thing with a carved mouth that looked mean. Jake ran. My dad ran. They ran side by side through the park, out of the field, down the path, past the fence, onto the sidewalk, into the neighborhood where the houses huddled closer together. My dad was faster. He reached the porch first. He could hear Jake behind him. He heard Jake scream, and it wasn't the kind of scream you can joke about later. He said he wouldn't like telling me this part, but it's the truth. He went inside and slammed the door and locked it. He was 15 and he was scared, and his parents weren't home, and the world outside his house had just gone wrong. He yelled for his mom and dad. No answer. He stood in the hallway with his hand on the knob and told himself to open it. He didn't. Something hit the door hard enough to make the frame rattle. It sounded like a body falling against wood. Then came Jake's voice, not chanting now, not trying to be brave, just calling for help the way a kid calls when he needs it. My dad took 2 steps toward the door and then stopped. The house was too big and too empty, and he was too young to be choosing anything for anyone. The voice outside cut off. The silence that followed was worse than the noise. He called through the door. He said Jake's name. He put his mouth close to the crack between door and jamb and said it again. Nothing. He put his hand on the lock. He turned it. He opened the door a few inches and peeked out. At first he didn't understand what he was seeing. The porch light made a yellow circle on the boards, and in that circle was a pile of clothes. A dark shirt. Ripped jeans. Socks pushed into shoes like someone had pulled their feet out fast. A hat. They were all arranged the way clothing settles when there isn't a body inside it anymore. Under the shirt, not hidden well at all, sat a pumpkin. It was big and round, and the color of flame cooled to embers. It looked like it belonged on a porch in a place where people did normal things like carving faces and placing candles inside. It did not look like it belonged under Jake's clothes. My dad closed the door without touching anything and leaned against it. He slid down to the floor and sat there on the rug with his knees up, trying to decide if calling the police would make sense when he had no words that would make sense to say. He didn't call. He went to his room and got in bed. The next thing he remembers is sunlight and his mom's voice asking what happened to the porch. He says he thought, for a few seconds, that he had had a nightmare. He walked to the front door slow, like if he moved wrong he might wake up again. He opened it. The clothes were still there, scattered now as if someone had kicked a path through them. The pumpkin was smashed into orange shards and stringy pulp, the way pumpkins are when boys throw them against sidewalks on the way home from someplace they shouldn't have been. He thought that explanation was neat and obvious and easy, and it made his stomach hurt anyway. He never saw Jake again. He told me he doesn't know what to believe about that night, and that he knows how it sounds when he tries to tell it. He told me the part he's sure about is how scared Jake was. He says the fear in his friend's voice wasn't rehearsed. It wasn't for show. It wasn't even the fear of something that might happen. It was the fear of something that had already happened and might happen again. When I asked him what he did with the pumpkin, he said he left it where it was, whole, that night. He didn't touch it because the thought of touching it made his hands feel wrong. He went to bed and in the morning it was smashed, and he has made room in his head for both possible versions of that story. The ordinary one with teenage vandals and the other one where something came back to make sure a bad soul didn't get another Halloween. He told me again that word in the calm voice he uses for facts. Apokalosynposis. He said it means the fear of turning into a pumpkin. He told me that because the word is real, it means other people have had the same thought, the same image lodged in their minds. Maybe they heard a story like his. Maybe they didn't. The word exists anyway. I wanted to push him, to pry in the way I do when I'm trying to prove to myself that a story is only a story. I wanted him to say he had been young and wound up and that grief can make you see flames in the dark. He listened to me try to talk him out of his memory, and didn't budge. He said he'd spent a long time trying to decide what to believe, and the only thing that got clearer over the years was that Jake had been genuinely terrified and that something terrible had happened to him. I thought about all the years he made sure I was home by midnight on Halloween. I thought about his hand on my shoulder as we walked back up the sidewalk, candy bag bumping my knees. I thought about how he always stood on the porch and watched until I went inside. It wasn't because he didn't trust me. It was because he didn't trust the night. He leaned back in his chair and turned the TV volume up a notch. The movie had moved on without us. He looked over again and smiled a little, a tired, fond smile as if to say I am who I am because of the things that made me, and I am not sorry. I don't think he is. He told me all that without drama, in the level voice of a man who has spent a long time trying to get his own story straight. Before he got up to make more coffee, I asked him one more thing. I asked if, for even a second, he had thought the pumpkin on the porch might be Jake, and if that thought had made him want to hide it somewhere safe. He shook his head. He said his body wanted to be away from it. He said he didn't have room for any more impossible choices that night. He stood, stretched, and looked toward the kitchen. I could see him deciding between being done and telling me one more story. I told him I wanted another one. He raised his eyebrows, like he was surprised to hear me say it. He didn't tell me another story that night. He said we could save it for next time, and I believed him. I don't know why, but saying it out loud made me feel the way you do when you close a book and leave the lamp on a few minutes longer. The house felt the way houses feel when you're inside with the people who belong there, and the rest of the world can stay on the other side of the door. The TV made soft blue light on the wall. The old clock over the mantel ticked without hurry. Before he left the room, he said, "Whatever you do on Halloween, be home by midnight." He didn't say it to scare me. He said it like he has learned what he can and now it's my job to decide what to do with it. He will always tell me to come home. He will always leave the porch light on. He walked to the kitchen and rinsed his cup. I lay there listening to his footsteps and to the small sounds a house makes when people you love move around inside it. Outside, a little wind went through the trees and made the dry leaves whisper, and if you listened too hard you could convince yourself the sound was a voice repeating a rhyme, but it wasn't. It was only the wind and the leaves and the memory of a boy my dad once knew who didn't make it home on time. I looked the word up later, the one he said. It was there, hidden among stranger words, longer and harder, all of them proof that the human mind can find fear in anything. People are scared of wide open spaces and of small tight ones, of mirrors and birds and bridges and clowns. Some fears come from stories you can trace. Some don't. The fear of turning into a pumpkin is a ridiculous thing to say out loud until the moment it isn't. I don't know what happened to Jake. Neither does my dad. That's the hardest part. You think the world owes you answers, and then you meet the places where it doesn't. You make your own rules to live by. You choose to be home by midnight on Halloween, not because a poem says your head will be stolen if you aren't, but because a person you love once stood on a porch with both hands on a locked door and listened to the night go quiet. Sometimes, after he told me stories when I was little, my dad would go quiet and look at the far corner of the room the way people do when they're watching something only they can see. I always thought that was part of the act, a way to make me squirm and bury my face in a blanket. Now I think he was listening to his own memory, measuring it and deciding how much to give me. He gave me enough to keep me safe, and maybe a little more. That's what parents do. They carry their own pumpkins, the heavy, awkward things that used to be bright and now are only weight, and they try not to let you see them. When I finally went to bed that night, the house breathed the easy breath of a place that had seen the day through. I lay there in my old room, looking up at the ceiling I used to stare at when I was 10 and sure a monster lived in the closet. I could hear my dad in the hall turn off the light and pause the way he always has outside my door. "Good night, kiddo," he said softly, the same way he did when I was small. I said good night back. I didn't tell him that I heard him move the chain on the front door before he went to bed. I knew he would. I knew he always had. When morning came, the world looked ordinary again. The porch had a ring where a wet doormat had dried. The street was quiet. Somewhere down the block, a neighbor's wind chime had tangled and kept making the same note over and over. We drank coffee and talked about football and whether I had enough gas to make it back without stopping. He packed leftovers into a container and told me to return the container next time, or he'd know I wasn't coming home. He said it like a joke and like a rule. I hugged him and smelled the same aftershave he always uses. He hugged me back with both arms and clapped the back of my shoulder once, the way dads do when their feelings need a safe place to go. On the drive back to campus, I passed a pumpkin patch on the side of the highway. Families were out with their kids, walking between rows of orange and green. I looked and didn't look. I kept my eyes on the road and thought about all the ways we tried to make the dark harmless. We put candles inside it. We carve faces on it and pretend they're only decorations. We make rhymes about it and tell them to our friends in dugouts, and then run when the light comes near. If you asked me now if I believe in the old lantern man, I would say I believe in making it home on time. I would say I believe there are rules that aren't really rules until you break them. I would say I believe my dad, not because every detail can be proved, but because I have seen how a person carries a thing when it is heavy and real. And if you asked me what I plan to do this Halloween, I would tell you the truth. I'll be home by midnight. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. My foot wouldn't stop tapping under the desk at the internet cafe. It wasn't nerves at first, more like background electricity in my leg. But every second I stared at that laptop and every second no one came back for it, the tapping got faster. The thing had been sitting at the end of a row for 10 minutes, screen on, no owner in sight. The barista was at the register for a while, then slipped through the swinging double doors to the kitchen and didn't return. Bills, that was the drumbeat in my head. Due dates and late fees and the way your stomach drops when your phone buzzes because it might be another. Just checking on payment. Message. It would be so easy. One smooth motion, pack up, hood up, hand slides over the laptop, and out the door like I'm just a guy who came in, did some work, and left. As soon as the barista vanished into the back, I moved. I slid my own stuff into my backpack, tugged the hood of my sweatshirt up like it could hide my face from every camera ever made, and walked. I kept my pace casual until I reached the lonely black laptop at the end of the row. My hand closed around it, and then I wasn't casual anymore. I was quick. The bell over the cafe door made a soft clink as I nudged it with my shoulder and stepped into the street. The second the cold air hit my face, my heart started to pound like I'd sprinted a mile. I shoved the laptop into my bag, zipped it halfway, and headed home fast, convinced everyone I passed could somehow feel the heat of my guilt. Every set of eyes on the sidewalk felt like they knew. I kept telling myself, don't run. You run, you look guilty. Just walk. Walk like you pay for the thing and have the receipt to prove it. My building was only a few blocks away. The last flight of stairs always felt like a climb, but I took them two at a time. I jabbed my code into the keypad and stumbled into my living room, breath coming hard, back pressed flat to the inside of my door like I was holding the world out with my shoulders. Home free. I actually said it out loud, then laughed because it sounded ridiculous and perfect at the same time. I dumped my bag on the coffee table and flipped the laptop open. I half expected a password prompt to pop up and taunt me. It didn't. The desktop blinked to life like an obedient dog. Who leaves a laptop like this? I thought. Unlocked, unattended, practically gift-wrapped? I could hear the mean little voice in my head say they deserved to lose it. That was the story I told myself while I got practical. First move, cover the camera. I tore a piece of black tape from the roll in my junk drawer and pressed it over the webcam eye until the green light disappeared. Then I poked through the system like a cautious cat. I checked for tracking software, anything that said, "Find my device." Any security suite that might be calling home. Nothing. The installed programs were a predictable mix: media players, a couple of office apps, a boring little handful of utilities. It looked clean. Ordinary. Except for the little red demon. In the lower right corner of the desktop, tucked between mundane icons, a bright red cartoon devil held a pitchfork and grinned like it knew me. The label under it read, "The Devil's Playground." I stared at the icon long enough to hear my own heartbeat in my ears. Curiosity has always been my worst habit. It felt like someone had left a candy on the table with a note that said "Do not eat." I double-clicked. A black window opened with a login screen already filled in. Username, XX Scarecrow XX. Password. There was a big enter button below, like the thing wanted to be pressed. I pressed it. If you've ever stumbled into a room you weren't supposed to be in, and found exactly the thing you secretly hoped would be there, you know the feeling that hit me. It was a private amusement park in the dark part of the internet, a huge library of pirated everything. Movies still in theaters. Whole seasons of premium TV, updated to last night's episode. Games. Albums. The streams were instant and smooth, none of the buffering I associated with shady sites. It was fast and clean and raw. It felt like a miracle if you didn't look at it too closely. I went to the kitchen and grabbed a beer and another one because I was celebrating without thinking about what exactly I was celebrating. The endorphins rolled through me like warm waves. I made a cue like a greedy child making a tower, show after show, movie after movie. With every click I forgot a little more about where the laptop had come from and a little more about what kind of world this playground must be connected to. Hours passed the way they always do when you're not watching the clock. 5 beers in, I slouched deeper into the couch. That's when I saw the thumbnail that repeated at the bottom of pages like a stubborn little ad. Same devil icon as the desktop, same neon red grin, but the title wasn't a film or a show. In soft pink letters it said, "Victoria?" I clicked because of course I did. A new window filled the screen. It wasn't a file with a timeline, it was a live feed. The camera pointed at a blue suede armchair in the middle of a small white room, fluorescent light washing the color out of everything. No decorations. No windows. Just the chair, centered like they wanted you to stare. A woman stepped into frame like a secret revealed. She wore a white silk robe printed with gold flowers. Her black hair fell in a smooth line to her shoulders, and her mouth was painted an impossible red. Every movement was slow and sure, like she'd practiced them in front of a mirror. She sat and looked directly into the camera. "Who do we have here?" she asked. Her voice was smoother than the silk. She held her gaze a beat too long before her lips curved. "My name is Victoria." The first thought that jumped in my mind was whether this was really live or just designed to make me feel like I was being seen. Paranoia tugged my eyes to the little strip of tape over the webcam. The tiniest pinprick of green glowed at the edge, like the camera was waking up and nudging me through the tape, like an eye opening under a hand. "You must be shy," she said. "Is that why you won't let me see you?" I told myself the audio was two-way and the video was one-way. I told myself a lot of things. Then she stood up and let the robe slide off her shoulders to the floor in a soft whisper of fabric. "So," she said, standing there without shame, "are you going to let me see you now?" Alcohol makes decisions I wouldn't make sober. I peeled the tape off the webcam. The green light pulsed, bright and awake. Victoria leaned forward until her face filled the frame. "Well," she said, and her smile brightened like a light coming on. "Aren't you cute?" "Thanks," I heard myself blurt, too loud, too eager. Heat hit my face, and I covered it with my hands like that could somehow unsay the word. She laughed, delighted like a cat with a toy. I grabbed at something, anything, that wasn't silence. "You're beautiful," I said, and it sounded as clumsy as it felt. "Well, thank you, Mr. Carter," I said, the way a kid answers a roll call. Carter. I like that. She crossed one leg over the other and tilted her head the way people do when they're about to ask the next question. Do you have a last name? Valentine. I answered, quick and obedient, like she'd put a string around the word and pulled it out of me. Tell me about yourself, Mr. Carter Valentine, she said, softer, like a whisper was a gift you give and get back. And I did. It took me years to learn that silence can be protection. That night I couldn't bear it. Her eyes were big and patient. Her voice was soft. She laughed at the right times. Between the beer and the attention and the illusion that this was something like intimacy, I told her too much. My age. The neighborhood. A description of the cafe. Why the laptop was in my living room. I said the name of my street and the number of my building. She blinked slowly and the corners of her mouth kept lifting. Later I would try to blame the beer. Later I would curse myself. In the moment it felt like a conversation with someone I wanted to impress. It ended faster than I expected. She stood, walked to the edge of the frame, slipped into her robe, and tied it at her waist. When she leaned toward the camera again, the warmth in her voice had cooled to something hard. Thanks, Carter, she said. We have everything we need. Also, it isn't very nice to take what isn't yours. She laughed, but there was nothing bright in it. The feed cut to black. The room around me felt suddenly too quiet. The air seemed thinner, like the oxygen had been turned down. I stood up, paced a tight circle, sat down, stood again. My brain tried to stack rational thoughts like bricks, but they kept falling over. It's fine. It was a cam girl with a script. She doesn't know anything real. How could she? You didn't give a credit card. You didn't say you're social. It's performance. It's always performance. In the middle of that mental pep talk, my apartment door beeped. The keypad chirped, the deadbolt snicked back, and the door swung open. I grabbed the closest thing within reach and discovered I'd armed myself with a couch pillow. I raised it like a shield, absurd and useless. Dylan, my roommate, froze in the doorway and stared at me. Are you trying to have a pillow fight, dude? Because I am not partaking. His voice was an eye roll you could hear. He brushed past me with a shake of his head and thumped down the stairs to his basement room, the way he always did, 3 long strides and gone. My shoulders dropped 3 inches. I put the pillow back where it belonged and laughed, partly at myself, partly to push back the little panic still fluttering in my ribs. I told myself that what just happened on the laptop was bizarre but ultimately harmless. She hadn't asked for money. She hadn't threatened me. She'd said a line from a script and cut the feed. Weird flex. That's all. I took the laptop upstairs to my room. I didn't want it sitting open on the coffee table like a person you didn't trust in your house. I decided TV would wash the weird taste out of my head. It didn't. Everything on was a rerun I'd already seen twice. I opened the laptop again, telling myself it was just to poke around and maybe cue one normal movie to drown out the memory of the silk robe and the bright red mouth. The Devil's Playground icon glowed at me like it had been waiting. I clicked. The site's menu looked the same, except for a new tab I hadn't noticed before. It said fun. I wish I hadn't clicked it. I wish the word hadn't made my curiosity twitch the way it does when you see a door you've never opened in a house you think you know. The page that opened wasn't fun. It was a hidden carnival of videos that made my stomach turn before any of them even buffered. Thumbnails of things no one should want to watch. Clips with titles that pretended to be jokes but weren't. Rooms with dark stains on the floor. People who weren't acting. I didn't press play. My hand hovered over the trackpad and then I slammed the laptop shut like I could cut the connection with force. I sat there with my palms flat on the lid and breathed until the room came back into focus. I decided that whatever easy money this thing could have brought me wasn't worth the feeling I had now, like I'd seen the edge of a hole in the street, and there was nothing at the bottom but black. I told myself I would take the laptop to the police in the morning, anonymous if I could manage it, and tell them exactly how to get to the place that called itself a playground. I even rehearsed the first sentence in my head, the way you do when you're trying to make something awful into information. My phone buzzed. Dylan, probably, was some dumb meme instead of walking up a flight of stairs to talk to me like a human. I thumbed it open. The text said, "Click the devil?" I frowned and typed back, "What?" 3 dots. Then, "Tell anyone, and Dylan is dead." All the air went out of my chest at once. The screen blurred, and I realized it was because my eyes had filled. I wiped them with the heel of my hand, mouth open like I was trying to catch my breath on my tongue. Whoever had sent that had Dylan's phone. Or Dylan, typing under someone's eyes. Or, no, don't go there. Don't think about the way the keypad had beeped earlier. Don't think about the cameras you don't know about. I opened the laptop with hands that didn't feel like mine. The Devil's Playground loaded before I finished typing the URL. A red ticker scrolled across the top of the page like a carnival barker. Live. Click now. Live. I clicked. The feed that opened was not the blue chair. It was outside, night black and grainy, the camera set low to the ground and pointed at 2 heavy metal doors set flush into dirt. Old storm doors. Cellar doors. The kind you see in old movies where bad things live underground. The camera panned left. Dylan blinked into the lens with his mouth taped and his hands behind him. He looked small in a way I'd never seen. He looked like a person who already knew what was going to happen to him. 2 men in devil masks flanked him and shoved him forward as someone else hauled the metal doors wide. A slick of steps led down into a rectangle of deeper dark. Dylan stumbled, caught himself, felt the push, went down anyway. The camera followed, bouncing a little like it was mounted on a shoulder. I grabbed my phone to call 911. My thumb hesitated over the numbers, remembering the message and the threat and the feeling that whatever this was would get worse if I brought in people with badges before I had proof. That hesitation, 2 seconds, maybe 3, would haunt me later. I didn't call. I watched. They took him down a long stair into a hallway that looked like it had been cut from rock and polished with years of hands. Door after door after door, each with a little square of glass, each with a smear or a shadow on the other side that could have been anything. The sound there wasn't silence. It was the opposite, a layered noise made of pain and hum and metal. Screams and ripped pieces. The thrum of machinery. A laugh that didn't sound human. Every few steps the camera caught a slice of something through the windows. A man strapped to a table, fingers flexing like he was trying to reach a knob that wasn't there. A pair of bare feet kicking and then stopping. A wall splashed dark to the height of a person's head. We passed the white room with the blue chair where Victoria had smiled into the lens. The chair sat perfectly, pointed at the camera like a friend you could trust. The last door was different, wider, taller, metal thick enough to keep out anger. The masked men yanked it open and shoved Dylan inside. The camera followed far enough to catch the chain scraping the floor as they clipped it to the bolt ring. The door boomed closed, and for a heartbeat the feed was black. Then flames guttered to life and wall torches, throwing light like knives across the room. I lost my breath again. A dozen figures stood around a raised platform in black robes that pulled at their feet. In the back, above a wide slab, a pulpit stood like a judge's bench, and behind it was Victoria. The robe hid her white silk, but it couldn't hide her poise. She looked at the book in front of her and began to read, her voice lower and stranger than before, syllables rolling through her mouth like something that had been taught, and taught again a long time ago. The sound in the room changed. The robed figures whispered fast in a language I couldn't catch. The camera swung to the center of the stone platform, and I saw the thing I'd pretended not to notice at first, a stone box the size of a coffin, carved all over with symbols that made my eyes slide off them when I tried to focus. A hand, if you can call it that, curled over the lip of the box, and my brain refused it for a second, like a computer that needs to buffer horror before it can play. The skin was black and hanging in strips, the fingers long and too thin. Another hand appeared. The thing pulled itself slowly up and out. I won't pretend I know what I saw. My mind grabbed for words and came back with comparisons. Like a corpse, like a ruined thing, like a man who had been left underground too long, and none of them fit right. It had no eyes, only pits. but it turned its face exactly where Dylan was and crouched, sniffing the air over him like it could see the heat of his fear. Victoria's voice rose, rolled, stopped. The robed whispers fell away. The thing leaned in and bit. I looked away because there are some motions you only need to see once to know what they are. The sound made it real anyway. Then Dylan's voice broke, and then it didn't. The creature, demon, thing, dragged him back across the floor with impossible strength toward the stone box, the chain clanking along, and the feed went black.